Good morning, good morning, good morning. Oh, sorry, I started off with a yawn. I literally pulled the mic right on up and immediately got just blasted with a yawn. And as you know, I'm probably going to yawn a few times, but that's just, that's just the nature of me spacing out. And yeah. Anyway, I hope everyone's doing well. Thursday. Still getting used to the new schedule. Still not 100% sure on this new schedule, Tuesdays, Thursdays only, but we're getting there. We're doing it. We're grooving. So hope everyone's having a good start or a good end to their week. Good start to the end of the week. That tracks. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, as per usual, let's take a peek at some cool stuff that I pulled up on Instagram, and we can go from there. Ooh, wrong camera, but that works too. Boop. So the first one, I know I always try and read the names. Definitely can't. I'm sorry. I do not know that. But anyway, this for some reason reminded me of a Digimon. There's probably, if I Google, what is it, flower Digimon. That makes sense. It looks like Lilimon, pretty much. Similar energy. I like it. I'm not crazy then too. Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%. It's very, not that like this is like the most unique design ever, but yeah, that definitely feels similar. Very cute. I like this one has like more like celestial-y wings, which makes it feel more fantasy. Like even more so than normal. Like I feel like if it had like the normal like leafy wings, it would feel more earthy, where this one kind of has more of a bite of fantasy, seeing as we've got like this more like crazy texture material on the chest and then these like ethereal almost wings. But do not know how to say the name. Obviously from China. Got a lot of pretty ladies up in here as per usual, it feels like. Ooh, is this Sashomaru? Yes. Don't get a lot of Inuyasha fan art nowadays, I feel like. Talk about a show. When I was younger, I had, oh my gosh, Inuyasha art book. I don't remember if this is what technically called. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, not the Amazon page. Doesn't really matter. This one, I had the art of Inuyasha. It was actually this. This was the cover. This one. This one. I wonder if I still have this somewhere. I may have sold it in one of my mass like sellings of things. I probably did, which is a huge bummer now. I remember taking this art book so many places and just mimicking the style and like using it and just drawing Inuyasha stuff all the time. It's only $14 now according to Amazon. So if I wanted it back, if I can't find it, I suppose getting it back is not too big of an undertaking, not too pricey of one at least. So that's good. Yeah, that's cool. I like it. I'm not like a huge fan of the piece per se, but I appreciate the character choice. A big old lineup of a small program for Diablo. Was this for the mobile game? Probably. It's pretty cool. Okay. Her stuff didn't have too much that I was like super intrigued to look at, but this one, we talked about it just the other day. The Marvel Snap stuff, right? Again, like I said, not quite the same as Lorcana in terms of like oomph for me, but you gotta click on them. They're always pretty cool. Like, even the character selection with Snap is getting so vast now. Like, this is Death, which is pretty dope. Obviously, Jeff is super popular now. He looks like, I don't know why, this looks like a little, like, if, it looks like a little Danny DeVito shark. Like a short little man. Like, he just looks like it's a DeVito shark. That's 100%. I don't know why that's all I can see now. Oh, poor Jeff. It's a cute one. But I like how it's not just Jeff the land shark. They called this one Jeff the baby land shark. Oh, Danny, Jeff Vito. Okay, Nico Minoru. Don't see her. You've been seeing her more lately now. And then Shang-Chi. I think Death is my favorite. Hers is clean. I love Death's design too. Shang-Chi's pretty cool too. I like this. Very circular motion of everything with the rings. Obviously here. I like it. This is Panda Art, so we do already follow them. Looks like we've looked at a lot of their stuff, so no need to look at too many more of these. But let's see if maybe we haven't peeked at all of their Marvel Snap stuff. Because that's an older one, apparently. The one we clicked on? Not old, but older. We just looked at Ares, right, the other day? What is this one, then? Oh, damn. My boy's beef. Do you see this? Do you see how strong he is? God damn. Those shoulders. And I like that, like, it's not like he's emitting magma. It looks like he just pulled the axe out of the lava almost. Or was just, like, straight up in it and wasn't even phased by it. That's a dope image. I honestly do not like this. He does not look like he was actually in this tank. He would be, like, floating a little bit. This looks like two different images to me. Like, and why is it just a crack if he's this I don't. This is Draken, by the way. This isn't did I say Draken? Daken. You can tell by the tattoo. The colors always are a little different, but the tattoo is what sells it. Okay. A little Iron Patriot action. Sentry's cool though. That's a good one. Again, not as common of a character, which I appreciate. Ooh. This is an intense one. I love this. This Mockingbird and Pixie one, that's clean. This is nonsense, but in the best of ways. Oh, so okay, this is like a series of insane perspective warps. Not gonna lie, I think that Magneto's my favorite though. Again, hope you don't see her often either. Yeah, that Magneto though, holy crap, I love that. Do they have like, so normally, okay, here, the actual, like the person who drew it, right? This is the illustrator here. Oh, much more painterly than I expected. Damn, yeah, unless this is the, yeah, far more painterly. Damn, these are cool. I'm not gonna lie though, I wanted, like, these look great. I'm not saying that they don't. These are absolutely fantastic, cool looking pieces. But in my head, I wanted to see more like this. You know what I mean? Like, yes, their painting and ability to adapt then is fantastic. Like, to be able to do something like this and then switch to a comic book style like that so easily is amazing. Man, yeah, that detail, holy damn. Well, apparently I wanted the one, but now seeing this, I'm cool with this stuff. This is, yeah, give this person, I'm not gonna, Shang Wei Pain, pun. Oh, actually currently residing in the United States. They probably just moved here. It doesn't count. America sucks. Angela. Whoa. And yeah, I love the, like, the fact we got like Cassandra, we got Copycat, we've got just like one of the Hydra, is that just a Hydra Bob? So apparently that's actually a specific character, I don't know, but he's Hydra agent of sorts. Yeah, I love Marvel Snap's like inclusion. Like Angela is top tier for me of the Norse stuff, right? Like the females are the best. The females, you give me Valkyrie and Angela. Like Thor's dope, right? New Thor is dope. Old Thor is like arguably one of the most boring written characters of all time. If you were a fan of Thor in like the 80s or even frankly the 90s, I got questions for your, like, your sanity. He was so boring. He was such a like beyond one note dry boring character in his earlier inception. New Thor is absolutely phenomenal though. But And New Thor leans a lot more into like the whole Odinson family. Obviously Odinson with, you know, the core four, but then also the rest of the group, which is cool because I love, like I said, Angela and Valkyrie are some of my favorite. Now that I'm saying that out loud, I really want them in Marvel Rivals. But we already do have Loki, Hela, and Thor. Seems a little bit of a stretch to get Angela or Valkyrie, but I would like it. Got some symbiotes, got X-23, and a little bit of Zabu again. Talk about a deeper cut. Oh, I like that X-23 one. Can we... Oh, it's a robot. That makes more sense. I thought it was blood. I was like, damn, I didn't know Marvel Snap did that, but it's a robot, so that's how they get away with it. Never mind. I think of this set, none of these are like blowing me away, but I do like that. I'm always a sucker for Venom. If you knew how many like Venom action figures I had, it's a lot. Let's just say that and keep moving. Bye. So in Fortnite, there is the final skin in the battle pass. It is Sub-Zero. And so I saw this one of Sub-Zero and I was like, oh, I actually just played as Sub-Zero last night with my friends in Fortnite. That said, I've not booted up Mortal Kombat 1 in quite some time. It was a fun core gameplay, but everything else kind of sucked. I don't know. I don't know about that Mortal Kombat 1. WB and NetherRealm need to get their stuff in order. I don't know. Visually, though, the artists always kill it. Ew. These are so boring. Just so much hair. I'm not a fan of doing this kind of work, but it looks awesome. Like, this person does a stellar job at it, but like, just, oof, that's a very different skill set than that of my own. However, this stuff, the Jedi Survivor stuff, feels so much cooler to me. Like, there's a book that I've never bought. I've always like played with getting it for like 20 years now. I can't remember what it's called, but it's just like the clothing of Star Wars. It's all the original designs of Star Wars. I don't have, it's a big book. I don't need it, so that's why I haven't gotten it. Or honestly, the way I am, I may have gotten it and it's in a box and I just forgot about it, which is honestly pretty likely. But the designs for their clothing, like, look at this. What's this big old foreskin looking add-on piece? I don't know. Cool though. Look at this. Why is it so chunky up here? I don't know, but it looks cool. Like, you know, I don't know. Something about Star Wars clothing. It's probably just because I grew up with it, but something about that just hits on a different level for me. The Star Wars aesthetic. Is this a vulture demon? Okay, zoomed out, that looks a little more. It was just this. Looks like you're at a like a shady theme park with dinosaurs. We went camping, my girlfriend with her family. I don't even remember where it was, but we were out camping, and they had I don't know what you'd even call it. It was like they have a museum. It was like this weird diner thing. The diner had like all these memorabilia from like a billion movies. Like, they had so much stuff from like Gremlins and different things like that. It felt like they had the original Charles Entertainment Cheese, one of the original, like, before Chuck E. Cheese stuff, the original animatronics from that playing. Like, it was such a weird place. And then they also had like this room with dinosaur stuff, like a paid entry specific one where it's like these animatronic dinosaurs, like an exhibit. And it was bad. Like, my goodness me. That was, they were so junky. But it was like hilarious in their wonkiness. And this reminds me of that kind of energy, 100%. Obviously, definitely not the energy they were going for, but you know what? That's where we landed. Man, they've done a lot of really cool clothing, though. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan personally of doing it, but they are very good at it. It's a studio, right? Little Red Zombies specializing characters. Yeah, all this team's character like clothing work is stunning. Like, look at this Ghost of Tsushima stuff. So gorgeous. Ooh, what is this? The Mongols armor. That's dope. That is such a cool hat slash helmet. I don't know why I'm like in love with this thing. Because it is a hat, but it's also a helmet and it protects everything. And it looks almost goofy. Like you're thinking of like a giant wizard hat or something. Like it almost looks goofy, but the second you think it looks goofy, you're like, actually, that looks pretty badass. And I could see that being hella effective, especially, for this type of climate and for this type of armor. Like you're actually fully protected. And yeah, that's dope. Man, this just keeps going. Those are very cool. I would like to follow these guys just because for the costumes alone. Like I said, not my thing, but I love them. This one was little. It was little and random, but it was just soft and playful. I wanted to look at it. It just says Raptor, personal project. Based on, does he have the original artist? I'll have to look up. They have an Instagram. Cute. But yeah, little dinosaur. Nothing crazy. I just thought it looked super cute and I wanted to look at it. And the colors were fun. The light gradients with the pinks and the purples. Grabbing my mug, by the way. Hint at, what we're looking at today. I got my squirrel mug to finish up some Squirrel Girl. I'm so smart, you guys. Okay. Alexandre Monot. Mougenot. Oh, we've looked at this guy before, right? Because he did this one, yeah. Apparently didn't like it enough to give a follow, but I think they're proving themselves that their newer vibes are worthy of me to click the button. Nah, this stuff is cool. I like this. I mean, this is 100% from Dinosaur, the Jim Henson puppets, the old 90s TV show. And I should put on. So normally my girlfriend and I, we watch cartoons on one of the weekends if we can, Saturday or Sunday mornings. When sometimes we're just relaxing, sometimes we're eating breakfast, sometimes I'm drawing, sometimes she's putting on makeup and getting ready. I don't know. We just have stuff on, right? We've been going through DuckTales, but man, I haven't had Kung Fu Panda on in a while. Kung Fu Panda is one that their movies all are great. And I haven't seen the newest one. And the TV show even. The Kung Fu Panda TV show was dope. Yeah. Anyway, so this one, it was just a zoom in. The thumbnail was a zoom in of this right here. And I was like, is that Woody Woodpecker? That is not a character I can say I've seen. I don't even know how long. The last time I saw any imagery with Woody Woodpecker. For those that don't know, he was from I think late 80s, early 90s. And he's literally just a woodpecker. It was an animated series with him or whatever. And he had this laugh. It's this little guy right here. And he had this laugh. Such a weird, iconic, dumb laugh. And yeah, but have not seen this character represented at anything. But apparently, Sergei Kulchinikov is doing a little comic cover for it. Oh, they've got a lot of cute Mighty Mouse. Oh, talk about characters we've not seen. That's cute. Is this? I thought this was My Little Pony at first. These look straight up like Neopets. Whatever was going on there. Neopets. That's not the song. I don't know why I made it sound like that was a song. Darkwing Duck. Oh, yeah. I've seen this cover. I remember this one. This is one that I really need. I don't know why I haven't read that one. Well, I know I have not read half of the stuff because I'm terrible and I don't keep up with my comic books that I buy. But Something is Killing the Children has been like rated so highly. Does it have trade paperbacks by now? What does Boom Studios say? It is Something is Killing the Children. The comic trailer here. Let's take a peek real quick. And turn off the volume. There's a monster in this town. Comic book trailers usually are kind of weird. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I've heard nothing but great things from this one. Scotty Young did a dope cover. My buddy runs a podcast about Scotty Young and was actually just talking about this cover. More like the series itself. Like how many? Here we go. Here we go. 41 issues. There's an art book. There's a spin-off. There's not enough information on this one. I don't like this. Who wrote that Wikipedia page? Well, what does the volume 1 say? How many issues are in these? Usually the trade paperbacks don't have like a whole ton. So they got 41 issues already. Yeah, it's only 1 through 5. So they've got like the small trade paperbacks. They don't have any hardcovers yet. Something is killing the children. Whenever the children, my brain goes to The Simpsons. Think of the children. The one Maud, is that her name? The one Maud Flanders. Oh no, Maud was his wife. The other lady that was always at the church. I don't remember her name. So they've got a bunch of the smaller trade paperbacks, which I guess would work. But if they're at 41, that's a good amount of trade paperbacks to collect, to read. That said, you can't really see behind me. There's a metric poop ton of small. Okay, so here's the deluxe book that what the I can't click on it though. There we go. Refresh. How many does this collect? Is this like 1 through 15 is all? Eesh. Book 2. What does book 2 have? I'm assuming through 30 then. 35. Yeah, 21 through 30. Wait. Why does that math not add up? So the book 1 comes with 1 through 15. Okay. Book 2 comes with 21 to 35. I suppose I should look into where. Right there, 16 to 20, so they exist. They just skip those issues? Am I dumb? Am I not able to read properly? Am I missing something? I don't know. That's weird. I mean, hardcovers are usually not the best deal, but something, don't mind me, I'm getting on a tangent. Something is Killing the Children deluxe editions, and see what anybody talking about these? Let me know. Because I need to add these to my list. I keep saying I want to read these. Oh, weird. So if you didn't really, it says the second Something is Killing the Children deluxe hardcover will collect the full Tribulation saga collected in volumes 5 through 7. The contents of volume 4 will be in future flashback arcs. So we first got to finish the issues that are going to go in volume 7. Weird. So I need to know. So I guess. Oh wow, and it says apparently the deluxe ones didn't even come with like all the covers. That's like my favorite part. Like if you ask what the purpose of getting a hardcover comic book, like a trade paperback, it's not, yeah, I mean hardcovers are nice. They look cool. They look better on a shelf having like a big chunky book. But they usually collect all of the comic book covers. And without having the covers in them, maybe I do just collect the individuals then at this point. I don't know. I say that as if I'm not like behind on 18 other comics that I'm reading, but you know. But anyway, this was the last person we were looking at. Hella cute style, right? They got a lot of stuff too, which I appreciate. From Russia, we'll give them a follow. From Russia, with love. They've even got Legacy of Kain with Raziel. Yeah, they've got this. I love it when like artists like do so many different things that like hit you, right? Like either it hits you in the nostalgia with like Mighty Mouse, or like something that with DuckTales and stuff like that. But like there's just so many things when when an artist is like, yep, I do that. It's pretty cool. Like I love it. Sorry, don't mind me. As usual, it was like a weird spam thing in chat, and I went to go ban them, but it doesn't let me delete the comment that they made. Why is it not letting me? I banned them immediately. Usually the comment gets deleted along with Oh, good. It says not published to chat. So it already read that it was probably a spam thing. So it didn't even appear. Anyway, as you were. But no, it's just, all I was saying is it's neat to see, like, that's an easy way to get me is like, oh man, you love the things I love, you know, like you got this affinity for these old obscure things too. Dope. Oh, these were fan arts. These weren't actually official covers that they did anyway. Neat. Cool beans. Well, it is 11. That's good timing for us for once, I feel like. Oh, before I go to draw something, I wanted to put this on and look at it again. Don't mind me. Just needing to find where did I send it? So I sent it in one of my chats, right? And so I'm trying to scroll back in said chat to find the link that I wanted to show. It was a video game. It was a trailer for a game that just looked real good. But of course, I cannot find it. Here we go. But no, she had just said she got her lead convinced her lead to buy her class from the lead animator of Arcane. So she's super stoked. That's awesome. I look forward to hearing about how that goes when she finally takes that class. That's cool. She is an animator, obviously, herself. Anyway, congrats to her. Glad she's got that class going for her now. Anyway, all I wanted to look at was this. So I'm not going to play it with volume necessarily right now because it's going to butt blast it. But Dotemu has done like so many cool things. They've done like the Ninja Turtles. They've done Metal Slug Tactics. They did Streets of Rage, the new one, 4. So many cool things. And like they just showed this off. I don't know why I don't. Oh, because I'm on my other YouTube account right now. That's why I'm like, I don't like it on this. So many cool things, right? So just like I was just talking about, where like when an artist does something and they're like, hey, here's Mighty Mouse or you know, Woody Woodpecker or all these things, right? That like my brain goes, I like your words, Music Man. You know, like there's something about it that like you become gravitated towards it. And that's kind of with game devs and publishers and stuff like that with studios where it's like, hey, you've done things I love. So this is something different, but you've got me sold already, right? Like on goodwill and like the love of your content already, I'm already sold, right? So this is one of those instances. And I just wanted to look at it again. It's Absalom. Looks cool. It says they've got a gameplay trailer. You get a little bit of gameplay here at the very end, but apparently there's a gameplay trailer, like a full breakdown in the spring, it said. But like it's a side-scrolling co-op beat 'em up that looks gorgeous. Looks like it's like using some hand-drawn sprites possibly. I'm sold, like in literally every way possible. Yes. Like yes, and yes, please. Yeah, gameplay trailer this spring. But yeah, I just wanted to show that off because that was really cool. And it reminded me when I was talking then about you know, artists doing cool things that you like already and being gravitated towards that idea alone. That's kind of what I was getting at. Where like Dotemu does stuff I already love, right? And so when they've got more, yeah, game on. Like you've already proven yourself. Like you've got my good faith purchase already that I'm already like 90% sold. It's weird. So the camera's so high up from me, you can't see it, but the sketchboard literally is covering my entire line of view right now. Like it doesn't go high enough, but like literally like where my hand is right now is where you can't see, and everything from below is just the board. But it's funny that looking on camera, you wouldn't even see. You wouldn't even know. But yeah, so let's get this iPad plugged in. We are going to finish up Squirrel Girl. And by finish up, I mean like draw some more. I don't know how to finish things up, as anybody knows. I just kind of noodle and doodle until I don't. But we'll see how far we get with Squirrel Girl today. Let's get to the iPad. Let's do our pull up some music and then pull up the Marvel Rivals actual Squirrel Girl, right? So let's mute the game for Rivals. And if you were wondering, I know you were. I know you guys were all very curious how my Marvel Rivaling ranked sessions went. Really, really bad. I finally hit Grandmaster. I was like, cool, dope, let's climb, let's get to Celestial, let's make it happen. Nope. The first game had someone who, well, no, I won my first game, I think, in Grandmaster I played. And then second game had like dude that insta-locked Star-Lord or whatever for DPS and refused to switch, was hot garbage. And we were like, hey man, we could use a third healer the way the push is going, blah, blah, blah. And he like went off on us, like common people with like the smallest like ego or biggest ego. I don't know what way you'd look at it. The smallest ability to have self-control and understanding of it's a team game and you should probably swap for what the team needs. But yeah, he like went off on us. And all we said was like, hey man, we could use a third healer. Can you swap? It wasn't, we didn't point out the obvious of, hey, you suck and you're not doing your job. Can you go healer to help the ones who are doing our jobs live? We didn't say that. We could have, but we didn't. And yet he still blew, he just went ape shit and started yelling and all the, classic internet, nonsense. And so we lost. And then the next game, we were tied. Like, it was a good tie, right? Like some ties are like, okay, you tied, but it was kind of a blowout one way or the other. This was pretty even tie. We go into overtime, and one of the guys just decided they didn't like that we tied. So they just stopped playing. So for overtime, it was 5v6. So spoiler alert, we lost that one pretty quickly and easily in overtime then. And then I'm like, all right, I'll play one more, fine. As soon as the match starts, I do a couple things. I make space for my team. My team gets in, they're taking the point. I'm running back in after spawn, and boom, my internet went out and I crashed. And so I lost. It counted as a forfeit loss. So now I am all the way back down, almost back down to Diamond 2, which is absolutely heartbreaking. But you know what? That's the way the cookie crumbles. And in this house, we eat a lot of cookies. So I guess it's only fair. But anyway, so we've got Squirrel Girl pulled up. I was just, as I do, just having her on in the background, just so I've got some reference for her. Cute. Okay. What did we say? It's a little past 11, right? So we're doing fine. 11, almost 11:10. Not bad. I did post today. I actually posted on Blue Sky. I'm pretty cool, I tried to remember this time to, post going live. Not that that probably helps anything because I have such a small following, but in my head, it's like I'm doing my due diligence at least, right? Like I did my part. Oh, and I got one comment, and it is a very spammy kind of comment. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I did it though. So eat my little bit of Dove chalk, but what I was gonna joke was even on Blue Sky on my hashtag, I did a hashtag Dove chocolate because that's the way we do it here. But yeah, let us see where we were. So we were pretty far along, right? As per usual, my brain's trying to reacquaint myself with what we drew. So I know when I walked away from this, one of my biggest gripes when I looked at this after the fact, well, one is this hair is like absolute trash fire with this headband. There's no definition of shape or anything up here because I went from sketch to this phase pretty quickly and didn't really do an in-between. Her headband's not black though, so I do need to get rid of this. Because when we add color, that's not going to look good then. So that was just a random thing, but it did have to do with her head, the part that I didn't like. And that part was her neck. It doesn't read as well as I'd like it to, so I need to reassess what's going on there and why. So I'm going to look at that in a moment. But like I've said before, this is not I don't know. I'm playing with my styles of how sketchy and how messy I'm letting things be. So this is obviously a very messier approach with Squirrel Girl here. Normally I would do a full line work pass, right? Really clean lines and do that kind of stuff. I don't think I'm going to for this one because I don't want to. Why? Because I don't want to. Deal with it. That's enough. If anything, I'll just amp up some of these sketchy lines and call it a day and then throw some color on, right? I think that'll be better. Because it takes too long. If I want to do finished, clean pieces, yeah, sure, I could do that. But again, as I've said before, this isn't client work. I don't need to. This is Britton work. So I'm gonna do my own thing. I'm gonna start my own paper company. But anyway, so the neck here is really just so as I like to do. So let's look at. So I changed the orientation of her neck because I wanted her more lurched forward, right? So we don't do that anymore. But I want to draw, sketch over this and see what is wrong? What did I do? So actually, let's erase the neck because it looks bad. I don't know what it is. Something doesn't feel right in terms of the orientation of her neck. So we'll just quickly wipe that away. And I'm going to like try and visualize where her head exists and how you'd be lurching that with your chest, right? So like if her chest, let's crank this. So if her chest is like this, right? As we always, I like to say, I like to draw what we don't see. So if her body is somewhat like this, right? Circle and circle. We've talked about that before, right? Our dumbbells, circle, circle. So she's lunging, right? And then another bit like this. And this piece is receding, so it would appear like this. This isn't super necessary, but it helps just to see the overall vibe for the moment. So that's the long and short of the pose, right? This thick bottom, smaller top, diving kind of motion. This one is coming toward us quite drastically with her hand. Right? So that makes sense. So if that's the pose, and we've got her head around here-ish. That's kind of the overall shape, right? So now if we get rid of this, where is this neck, right? Doesn't really make sense to me because this would imply the neck is like really friggin' long, doesn't it? So again, if we toggle these back, that is pretty accurate, her face here. So eyeball, eyeball, nose, mouth. Yeah, I feel like I might need to adjust it again because I don't know if the neck can solve it. You know? Technically, the body goes this way, right? But I don't know if this is enough. She's like lurching forward, so her neck would almost be like curving that way, right? And filling this space. It feels weird, yeah. No matter what way I look at it, when I break down just the shapes of the body, the head feels like it's in the wrong spot, right? So without having to move the real piece, how far do we push it? Do we push it like that, where she's like lurching, right? Like straight up. Do we just mush it down a smidge? I don't want it going back because that's what I had before and I wanted it to be like she's really pushing. So something like that makes sense. Would it be like she's covering her boob a little bit then? But I think that energy looks a little more accurate, right? Like the neck just feels weird to me. But I always say, let's try something different. So like instead of fixing the neck, what if, because I kind of like the separation. What if instead of the neck, we kind of change up this region here? Like her torso. Because the torso feels kind of weird. Oh, fuck. So if we fix up and then be more like, oh. I kind of like the idea that like this is continuing through, right? Her chest there. Yeah, still this head just doesn't exist in the place that I'd like it to for some reason. But then even if that's the case, let's imagine her like collarbone is like right here then. Yeah, I don't know. It was bugging me like crazy when I stopped drawing last time. And I was like, I am sure when I get back to it on Thursday, my brain will have fixed it and I'll know what to do. Well, I don't know what to do. So we're going to play with it. So we've got our head selected here, right? What if we slap that onto a new layer? Can we? Copy pasta. Okay, so now she's on a new layer here, so it's not as interfering. Oh, fuck. So I'm looking at it two ways, okay? Do we want her like lunging, and we have her neck like pushed down and forward? Is it more like this kind of forward? Do we just raise it up a smidge then? Because smush down makes her look real stumpy. Maybe that's what we do. We just kind of raise up her head a little bit. Because this is where it was kind of before, right? What if we just go up and we still push it back the way we originally drew it, but have it back just a little, but her head's still angled forward. So I wonder if just a very tiny change like that can fix it. Necklace feels weird. I wonder, I'm trying to show too much of it, because if she is lurching forward, maybe we just see like a little snippet, right? So maybe we just see like a lot more of it, but a lot less of it, if that makes sense, right? Completely random thoughts as we watched that Absalom trailer, right, for that new game. I realize it's been a long time since I've played like just a game for me, like without being a competitive game. Do you know what I mean? Like a chill game. I tried to play, was at the Ender Magnolia on stream, and that was like the last thing I did. But I've got quite a few games on my Switch that I really just want to like hop in and play, but I just don't make time for playing. If I play a game lately, I'm like, yeah, it's Marvel Rivals. But I have had like a hankering for some sort of non-competitive game that I can just relax and play. That might be a nice palate cleanser. That said, I do have the one on the Switch. What was it? The new Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate, right? That had the new DLC with Casey Jones that I was super stoked about, and then I downloaded it and never played it. Maybe I'll do that this weekend. Yeah, something about this space is just still not cooperating properly with me, and not 100% sure what I want to do to fix it. I might just say F it, and it's not bad. Like, it's one of those things where, is it so bad that it's worth fixing? You know what I mean? Like, does it really matter kind of deal? or is it just in my own head, right? Like, is it that bad? Because that's my biggest thing that I feel like a lot of us artists do, is that like you want to keep fixing it, you want to make it better, you want to change stuff, but it's like, is it for the overall piece, or is it for our own mental like sanity that like we feel we need to do something different with it because it just didn't vibe right? And I feel like that's usually my problem, is that I'm like, yeah, something's wrong, and then I just try and fix it until I'm like, well, that was actually not that bad in the first place, so why did I waste a half hour, you know, doing something that didn't need to be done? He says as he sits here for a half hour doing something that didn't need to be done. You already know how stupid I am. I don't know. I think this did help a little bit. Honestly, though, if the that doesn't really make sense. The breast couldn't be going that high if the collarbone's there. So the collarbone would have to be a little higher. Obviously, it's a pretty extreme perspective, and the breast is bouncing up. So it would actually be closer, but not as close as I had it. Okay, done. We're not noodling this too much more. And let's make this just like a simple S-curve. Very faint S-curve, right? And call it a day with the jacket there. Maybe less. What if we, should a curve just be a full curve? Like that? I actually kind of like that more. Okay. So one thing that I did with her shoes, if we remember, I did this really simple version, right, of signifying some sort of fur, and I wanted to try and do that up here on her jacket then, because I feel like her jacket is way too busy, given how much stuff is going on right here already, right? There's a lot of information being thrown at us, and having 1,000 bits of fur isn't really, not really helping our case, I don't think. Let me quickly double check before I solidify this. So that was it. So this is before. Oh God. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, just a little change that went a long way. Get rid of her floating head here. Don't need that anymore. I'll save it though, because I'm known to F things up pretty bad when I'm, so we got it still, just in case. I thought her face turned out cute, so I want to keep that energy in case I somehow bungle it later. But yeah, so let's kind of just clean up. So I had just done a lot of this crap, right? So what if we just kind of get rid of a lot of these? I'm okay keeping some of this like energy of like where it's like breaking the bounds a little bit. So I think I'll want to do something like that still. But the problem is it's oh wait, that is actually a line. It was just too busy in the inner part, right? So to remedy that, if we keep the leather lining. So let's look again. We just kind of did like really basic, like, so it follows the form, right? And I think that has more energy without having to, that looks like a weird nipple. Because like to me that still feels like fur now, right? I think so. Like it still gives this illusion of there's some sort of, you know, fluffy, furry texture here. Crispy, flaky quest, you know. Buttery, flaky, crispy. Oh, that old meme. I showed that to my girlfriend a while ago. Yeah. She is not one for old memes. She was not an internet savvy a teen or 20s or 30s or whatever, you know. And so it's funny because half the time I'm like, yeah, buttery, crispy, flaky. And it's always like, what in the ever living F are you talking about, Britton? I'm like, hold on. Let me hit you with a meme class 101, like the old vines, the old whatever. And so it is funny being able to relive them through her eyes for the first time. So we don't really need too much in way of her ear here, right? But I do want to make sure we see that there's some sort of texture, that we know it's fur in there, but it's just really tight. So I don't want too much. So I want to just do like one or two line breaks here, right? Like just that one little one, and maybe one more, like right here. Yeah. Ooh, this is a thick ass line I made. I like how I was like, man, yeah, I really should play like games for me, you know, when I have time instead of just playing Rivals. Not that it's not for me. I'm saying like games, more relaxing games, because I have fun, but it's hard not to get stressed out and annoyed, right, at certain things. Even if you try your best, like I like to be pretty chill when I'm playing games, but after the fact, then sometimes I'm still like, you son of a bee, you know, like. Whereas I wouldn't really do that I don't do that much on the single player side of stuff. Which, I mean, maybe I'm mentally just preparing since we know the Lies of P DLC is finally like within a time frame at least, and so maybe that's my own like my brain being like, yeah, but you're gonna be playing Lies of P as soon as that DLC drops again. I wish they'd release information so when DLC happens in games like that, I'm always curious: is it going to be standalone? Do you have to be a certain spot in the story? What do you need? Because I already have played through the game many times and I'm in the middle of my final playthrough because I didn't want to. You can like save scum in PlayStation things where like essentially what you're doing is you're like backing up your cloud save and doing multiple endings or something in one. I don't like doing that because the whole point of trophies are to do extra things to enjoy the game. So I was like, no, I'm going to do it for real. You know, I'll get my all the playthroughs legitimately. But then I stopped like 2/3 of the way through my last playthrough. So I'm like, do I finish that playthrough before the DLC then? Do I need to get to a certain spot? Would it be better to wait? You know, like, I don't know. Give me some information. I cannot remember the name of the company actually that does Lies of P. I was going to say, give me some information, so and so, but I cannot remember who it was. So I do like this way of doing it because now here I can more easily sell the direction, right? Before with this fur, I feel like it was getting too busy and it was almost trying to be too telegraphed of the direction in which it was flowing. But here, if we simplify these shapes, right? Your eye can see it. It's like waves in water, right? Like they're all moving in a direction that you can see because you just kind of see the swell, right? Like the white edges. And obviously there's a million waves in the ocean, but you don't need to see every wave to understand the flow of it, right? And I think that's kind of the logic I'm trying to adopt here, that like, yes, there's a lot, but how do we simplify? Which has kind of been my thing for quite some time, is learning to simplify, because I don't know how to. Like my brain is too analytical. I'm like, yeah, but what about the details, B? You know, add them details in. And then it gets too messy. Okay. See, that feels like fur without being too ham-fisted, right? And then if we color, we'll see how. I have no idea how I wanted to paint this, because since I'm keeping this so sketchy, I have no idea what I was going to do for color. I guess we'll find out hopefully today. I would imagine I'll be done with the sketch of this by then, but who knows? You know, I'm slow as hell sometimes. Taking my coffee breaks, taking my chocolate breaks, you know, shit adds up. Here's our little squirrel guy. I kind of want to just simplify the shape, like break off some of these pieces. Because I just want it to be like not in your face what it is, right? But if you look at it and you know it's supposed to be her little squirrel charm, you can kind of tell, right? That works. Let's get rid of this little butt here. While we're over here, I guess just to finish things up, I don't know why this is, I don't know what's going on here with these lines. So her shirt is just poofy. Yes. Okay. And as we established, it gets bigger by the elbow and then poofs down. So we can kind of play with that. You know me, I'm always a sucker for the tension fold. Like one of these guys, right? Like where it makes contact with the other material, it like bunches essentially, right? So I don't know why I love drawing those. To me, that's like, yep, I sold it. It's got the little like divot here, this guy. Like, I don't know, it bunched up in a little bit. It makes sense. Too many details for that line there. Cool, good enough. Again, I don't want to do too much for the arm there. I just want it. If anything, her arm looks like it could go... Could it go higher, do you think? Because if she's really jumping, let's try that. Let's get rid of our little exclamation-y mark things. I like how I move them as if it's like some really difficult thing to draw 3 rectangles again. Hey man, you don't know how well I can or can't draw rectangles, all right? Don't judge me. You don't know. You don't know the struggles I've seen with drawing rectangles. Okay, this feels better. It was getting, like, the position didn't really feel accurate for the body shape that we had drawn now. Do you have like a shoulder pad? Or not shoulder pad, but like a marking. It's like a stripe down the middle. So we can actually do that for some detail here, because we didn't really have much in way of detail, and I was going to try and fake it with stuff. But if there's an actual stripe, that's enough, right? We don't need too much more than that. That's fine. I'm not sure what we'll do with this little space. Maybe we'll curve her hair a little more, because I don't want that tiny bit of negative space. I feel like that would look ugly. Cool. That looks a lot better. Boom. Beautiful. Yeah, that's more playful. And more of an arc now, like this, the arms are doing this. Cool, so her neck looks a little better. Everything's looking better there. Okay, so now I was just reassessing everything. So now that we did the fur on the jacket and the ears and the feet, I feel like now we can reassess the fur on the pants, right? These shorts here. Because when I first did them, I had done like 4 different ways of drawing the fur, which is not cohesive and is absolutely a big no-no in any sort of illustration, right? You want it to be cohesive. And so to be cohesive now, we are sticking with this energy, right? Oh no, what did I do? Was this normally 100%? Oh, I actually don't remember what I've been keeping my eraser at. I think it's been 100%. No, whoopsies. Anyway, keeping pieces cohesive, right? So like if you draw one piece of fur one way, if you want it to read as that same sort of fur, you have to keep it consistent. Otherwise, it's going to look like a different material. And so this part here now is where we need to reassess. So what I want to do is kind of clean the slate, right? Like we always say, like sometimes it's easier just to wipe stuff. Don't try and work with what you have when you can just redo it, right? Redoing it's 9 times out of 10 usually the better option. And so here, this is you can see this is crazy amount of information. I don't want that much. So let's just wipe it clean and let's figure out the overall space it's going to take up and then go from there, right? We don't want this. This is too busy, right? She's becoming hella busy with how much detail I'm trying to sketch in, right? And if we look here already, you want your eye. So there's the idea of you need your eye to rest, right? And so if we look at this piece, right, your eye looks at here, has a lot of stuff going on, right? There's her face, there's her jacket, there's the slingshot, there's a lot of visual information all in this part, right? Let's do my color thingy, right? So like this is a space of a lot of visual noise, right? A lot of visual noise up here, tons of it. But then here is a nice moment of rest, right? This space has a lot of not much going on in a good way, right? But then immediately we already have there's a lot of busyness right in this thin spot, right? There's so much information being sold with the belt, the buckle, the folds, the crotch, the pouches, everything, right? That then if you were to continue that busyness like this, that's way too much, right? It's just like too much for your eye. Whereas if you keep that ebb and flow, and then we have this whole space is pretty clean, right? And then down by her foot, we've got another moment of decent amount of detail. So if you see your eye kind of goes from like busy to not so busy to busy to not so busy to busy. So that's not like you have to do that logic for everything, right? But you can see that you need the eye to kind of roll around the image and feel like there's intrigue, rest, intrigue, rest. It's just like if you're watching a movie or a TV show. Like you don't have a TV show that's just action non-stop, you know? Like, because that doesn't work, you know? Like our brains don't work that way. We need that sort of storytelling arc. And as artists visually, we need to show that story in just simplified versions, right? Simplified storytelling in terms of how our brain flows. But anyway, random tangent aside, okay? Let's kind of get this shape back in. without all the detail for now, okay? Okay. A little too protruding. And get a little bit of a curve. Again, we talked about when we first sketched this in the difference between the two curves of the fur, because the one leg is going directly towards us, essentially, right? And the other is curving away from us in space. So we have two opposite types of curves to signify the direction that the leg is moving, or existing in space more so. Remember when I talked about these little folds? I'm a sucker for them. I'm a sucker for them. And you can't stop me. You can try, but you ain't never gonna succeed. Ain't never gonna catch me. Oh my goodness. That reminds me. So what was it? In high school, one of my best friends at the time, Aaron, it was funny. I had two really good friends, Aaron and Aaron. One a girl with an E and one a boy with the double A. And they lived like right near each other too. And so it was just always funny that like those were some of my best friends growing up in high school there. But anyway, what was it? It was for like an AP European history, I think. Or was it AP? Oh no, it was AP US history. That's what it was. And it was funny because obviously everybody knows the story of Hamilton now, right? With Hamilton and Burr and all that kind of stuff because of Lin-Manuel Miranda's absolutely fantastic musical, right? Everybody knows Hamilton. In high school, when I was like I'm old. Don't worry about it, okay? High school for me was way before Hamilton. Shut up. That was not like a historical thing people really knew too much about. But so for our AP US history class, our final, our teacher was real cool, like real chill about stuff. And he's like, honestly, however you want to give me a final, you do it. If you want to write a paper, cool. If you want to make me a movie, cool. If you want to do, like, he's like, but I want to feel like he gave it so open-ended. He's like, but whatever you do, I need to know you understand it. I need to know you understood at least a good chunk of what we did, a good chunk of something. You know what I mean? And he was super chill about that. And me being a creative, I looked to my buddy and I was like, dude, we need to do a movie. Like, hands down, let's make a movie. And so we did. And I don't know where it has to exist somewhere on like a flash drive in the deep recesses of my basement somewhere, hopefully. But it was absolute gold. And it saddens me thinking that I don't know where it is, because I would put that on stream right now if we had it. It is so stupid, but so fantastic. And so what we did was the story of Hamilton, right? Hamilton and Burr. And we made it so ridiculous, but historically accurate to things, but then we made it like super silly. We made jokes of everything. Him and I used to always play, because he lived by the school, right? And he was on varsity tennis with me too, right? And sometimes like practice didn't start till a little after school, or sometimes after practice we'd have like a little bit of lag time before I wanted to head home. So we would go back to his house and we'd play games, right? But one of the games that we would play pretty often for some reason was Risk on the PC. Way easier, let me tell you, playing Risk on the PC. So much less setup. So clean comparatively. Much more fun. But so we would play Risk all the time. The intro to Risk in that game had like this bombastic thing. And so I remember cutting the video from that, and that was my intro I made for the video for our project, was the Risk board game, computer game intro. It was super stupid, but we had all of these silly antics, these fun little things we did. We incorporated, like, I remember we had like Chameleonaire in at the time with like the music and stuff. We had so many silly little nods to stuff. But it reminded me, as I was talking, just now. Honestly, the thing that reminded me is mistaking is gone from my brain now. I don't remember what it was. What did I say? I was talking about the ebb and flow of the visuals, right? What did I say that reminded me of this random bit of information in the deep recesses of my mind? Oh, I said, and you ain't gonna stop me, right? I said, you can't stop me. It was the dumbest thing. That's why I wish we had it. Oh, so at the end of Hamilton, obviously there's like they have like the gun, right? The challenge, right? The little the duel with the two, Hamilton and Burr. Historically, obviously that was not super accurate the way Hamilton portrayed it, the movie, or I mean the musical, but the idea still remained, right? And so we wanted to be super silly with this duel, right? And so we did it. Keep in mind, this is like early 2000s, all right? Early 2000s filming. Leave me alone. And I remember like I went to Aaron. I was like, I'm gonna slap you. I hope you know this. He's like, what? I'm like, no, this is the scene. All right, I'm gonna slap the out of your face. Okay, it's gonna be funny. And I went up, I grabbed my glove, and I challenged him to a duel, right? The slap. But I just whipped him. And I was like, and we did it like, of course we edited it, so it's like smack. Like then it like repeated like 7 times on like super fast. And but we did it where like we ran away then. Like we challenged to a duel and then we do our paces, and then the idea was that like Burr was a coward, right? And he ran. Burr runs, right? He just dips. So that was Aaron. He runs. He's running around. Or was he Hamilton technically? Maybe he was Hamilton. I think we both ran. I don't know, man. It was 15, 16, a long time ago. And so either way, something happened where we both run. He's got like hedges all in his yard, like these really large hedges and stuff. And so I remember we were like hiding. We had like our airsoft guns like shooting at each other. We had our the one other girl in our group who was not a fan of doing all of the things that we wanted, which made it that much more fun. It was me and Aaron who were like, this is going to be great, and like made it super silly. But the one girl in our group was that like super stickler, like, this doesn't make sense. I don't know about this. And we're like, trust us, Nicole, it's going to be good. You're going to love it. And we got a great grade and our teacher loved it, for the record. But so the kicker though is that at the very end of our duel, right, we're all chasing each other, shooting. It's like a big old shootout, not just like a duel, right? And we have a scene where Aaron goes and he is hiding in, they had like a swing set, you know, with like the big play, like the big center, like fort thing and stuff in his yard. He had 2 younger siblings. And he's sitting in there, and we had like a really obnoxious close up where he's hiding. He goes, ha, he'll never catch me here. As if it was like some old school, like spaghetti Western vibe of like, I don't know. It was so goofy. And then he goes, and I was like, all right, Aaron, this is comedy gold here. We don't need special effects because we have a trampoline. And so we literally go, and Aaron like comes out and he's like, you finally caught me. And he's like going to shoot me, and I'm down on the like, you know, the ground. And I go and I'm like, no, I got you. And I shoot him. And we moved the trampoline under this play area. Keep in mind, it's like it's like up on the 2nd floor, essentially. It was a pretty big one because he was on like the roof of it. And we had the trampoline there. And he goes, oh, and he fell. And I was like, man, this is, not gonna lie, kind of risky because we had just wedged it kind of there and we hoped he would land on it. And he falls like almost 2 stories, lands on the trampoline. But my dumbass purposely didn't edit it out, because you see him go off screen, right? Obviously, that was the whole thing. We had the camera, so you saw him fall. But I purposely kept it in that you saw him just go like bounce up. So at the very bottom of the frame, you just see his body back up, and then it cuts. And then it cuts to him laying on the ground, dying or whatever. But man, that you'll never catch me. That was absolute gold. All right. Absolute gold. And now I really, really hope I can dig that file out of the recesses of somewhere and find that, because that was such a good memory. That was so fun. And again, like one of those things where like your brain kind of forgot about it until this moment. Now I'm like, yeah, those are good times. I don't know why it became like a weird redneck energy. Those are good times. But anyway, so back to what I was actually drawing now to kind of have some sort of cohesion in my my streams here. The fur. So we talked about directionality, right? So like here on her jacket, we have the fur kind of moving outward, right? It's kind of moving out all in these directions to kind of keep the flow of the jacket the way it's moving. And down here, if you picture this fold is going like this, right? It's like that. So the fur kind of would be falling down, right? Kind of in that direction. Whereas on the shorts, they're going up, right? So if we look at the shorts, even if we're just going to be blatantly easy, and look, the shorts here, they go up, right? There's a directionality to the fur. And so these points, these little nods of direction are following that. I'm not doing this, right? That's a different energy. I want it all to feel like it's flowing in one cohesive direction as fur, right? And so just little things like that to help sell it. And I think this simplification of the fur now has done wonders in terms of, excuse me, the messiness. So like right now I'm getting a little too ham-fisted here with too many. So we can start erasing some of these. Now the big question is, how do we replicate this type of fur in her tail then? Because her tail is obviously a massive piece of visual noise we're going to have. And I don't know yet. We'll figure that out as we go, right? That's kind of the way of things. Oh, AP US history. Now the unfortunate reality is the current US history is probably going to be marked in history books too. We'll be kids learning about this mess years from now. Hopefully it's a fixed mess by then, but anyway, not to get depressing and political on that front. It is comical though, thinking that like 50 years from now, there could be some high school kids making a stupid US history class video about Elon Musk and Trump and them being garbage piles of shit. But who knows? That is kind of weird thinking then how history works and how that is the flow. But weird. So her pant right now that we did that, I'm just kind of like reassessing. Like we always say, when we do one thing, take a peek at the other things, right? And that's all I'm doing. I'm taking a peek here at how I want to add any detail. So her hip has this like stitch, right? So we're gonna add like this. So it's going away, but it's still a very like thick hip. So we want to keep a curve. Yeah, that looks good. I don't want to overdo the stitched piece here. I just want to make sure it's there for color variation too, right? Keeping this a little bit. And then we can, so we've got that. We can thicken this up a smidge then, now that it looks good enough. And so we've kind of got like a little bit of, oopsies. So when I do stuff like this, I like to just do, like, it doesn't even have to be super accurate. Like up here, you kind of just give it like, you picture how it's moving in space, right? And when you picture pants, they're obviously pretty jagged. There's folds and stuff like that. So you just allude kind of to some sort of like movement, and it usually looks okay. So this crotch bit here is like hella thick. Again, it's hard because I sketched this so like dark, and so now when I'm going back and trying to clean things up, some of it looks too dark, which is kind of the problem. Normally, like I said, I would do this. Normally my thought process is I do this stage and then I would go in and do clean inks of it. But since I'm like skipping the clean inks phase, it gets a little iffy in terms of my sketch, because normally like I sketch real heavy like that, which is fine if I'm gonna go in and clean it. But now I'm like trying to find this middle ground of clean but messy, and the information is still there, right? Yeah, good enough. So that's, her leg looks a lot better now, and the fur looks like it's moving properly. She jumping, she fun. Right? I think so. Nothing super standing out. Does the pocket continue? Okay, so this pattern, this etch here, would also continue. I thought it was like a pocket at first glance. It's really not. Good enough. I don't need it super dark. Again, just kind of like contouring. So the leg is kind of like this. There's a fold here that comes in and then continues around. So just playing with those shapes helps it feel more organic then too. So that looks fine. Her legs look good now. I think her boot down there still reads okay. It's a little messy, but that's kind of the vibe. I might clean it up just a smidge. And then her other boot is still pretty messy too, but also kind of gets the job done. I don't like, if I'm trying to keep it messy still, the attention doesn't need to be there, right? Like, you gain nothing from this. You don't really need to see, you know, the foot's there, right? You get the vibe of the energy. Does it worth taking time to clean that up? I don't think so. And the more I sit, so I did this hand, right, on Tuesday, and I was like, this hand effing sucks. But also, like, given time, is it gonna make it that much better if I fix that hand more? I don't think so. Like, it's not so wrong that I need to fix it, I think, is my thing, right? It's right enough. Oh, I don't have a notification set up properly here on Twitch, but thank you for the follow, Chris. Definitely, like I said, don't have that kind of stuff set up. I'm still new with this whole thing. I've just been doing it since the new year, since January 1st, essentially. Been keeping up with my live streams, working on more content-based stuff. But yeah, one of the things I wanted to work on too was a new like opening screen for stream, because on stream right now, it just kind of is my like idle screen before I start. And my girlfriend was like, "Why are you always late?" And I'm like, "It's not late. I purposely let stream start and then it trickles in, right? That's how the algorithm works. That's how information gets disseminated through the notification system and stuff like that on Twitch." And but I do agree that like the image is just like my background, be kind and kick butt, right? So I think I'm going to maybe this week or next do some sort of like animation for it, like it's just a countdown or like coming, you know, stream starting soon or this or that, you know. You're watching, just listen along while you play Rivals. I feel that. Hopefully your rival's experience is better than mine lately. I don't know if you heard earlier me ranting about my garbage experience the past couple days, but it's been rough. I feel like rivals is either going great in your favor or you're like beating your head against the wall. That's the way I feel like the matchmaking is very weird in that game for me. I do not understand it. Because there's the argument that there's a thing called competitive is just bad, but like it's so weird that like you can go from like I won 10 games in a row, right? And then all of a sudden I just eat garbage. Like all of a sudden I lose and I get teammates that refuse to switch, teammates that like don't understand how to be healers, teammates that are going DPS like 10 and like 15 or 20, like getting no kills and just not like there's so many variety where I'm like, how is this even? Well, I mean, what rank are you, Chris? Like, what is low level to you? Like, what do you consider low level? Because everyone's perspective is different, you know, on rankings and games and stuff at skill. Because I'm gonna say I'm not at high level by any means, but up at Grandmaster, it's toxic as hell too. Like, obviously, there's Celestial and one above all. Like, so I'm not high. I feel like I'm like middle ground right now. And it's toxic as hell there too. Like, it's just this. Yeah, it's something. And it's weird because I grew up. Gotcha. You're still just bronze waiting for reset. You were waiting for the reset. Fair. Low level is a weird one. Like super, you know, like at the baseline there at bronze and stuff, because you do have so many streamers and all these people. Obviously, they don't account for like the vast majority, but like it's so easy to make a new account. And bronze, I feel like then you can get heavy smurf. Like you can either get people who have no idea what they're doing, or you get people who are like, yeah, I just started a brand new account and I need to go through bronze. And then you just get pooped on. Which is not fun. So right now I'm just quickly, like I realized I talked about like the folds and stuff and these like, this like little pattern, this pinstripiness doesn't really have anything going on here. So I'm giving a little bit more detail to it just so it feels more in line with the rest of the pants that have these like little details, right? Just to make it look cleaner and more cohesive. But yeah, it's weird the way the matchmaking works because like obviously we don't know. Like at a higher level for me, like in Grandmaster. Yeah, the worst of the Smurfs who get annoyed when you aren't amazing at bronze. Like, bro, if you wanted to play with people who know what they're doing, go back to your main. Yeah, for real. Or like what's even worse is when people are in like a lower rank like bronze and stuff, and they aren't actually that good, but they have this mentality that they think they are then. Where it's like, I give crap to my one buddy all the time because he gets mad at the game, right? But he also doesn't really know that much about the game. I feel like in the grand scheme of things when I talk to him about it and when we play together, I'm like, didn't you know that? That's obvious. Like that's a core piece of how this works or this or that, right? And it's like, you can't get mad at the game if you think you're great, but you're really like knowing your skill level is kind of important. Like if you are a bronze player, be happy with being bronze and just have fun with the game. And if you get better, dope. And if you want to get better, then practice and look up guides and really understand positioning and, you know, the flow of the game. But like, I don't know, you can't end of the day, you can't really get mad at anybody other than yourself, except for when people quit or vote to forfeit. That's what happens way too much. I feel like I've been finding out the higher level I got, the more common that was. Where like people will be like, nah, this is unwinnable, and they'll just like vote to forfeit. Or I had the other night I played and the dude literally I say dude, could the person, you know, male, female, who knows, they we tied, clean tie, and then they just overtime started and they stopped playing. They just stopped. They were just done. And it's like, cool. I thought that wouldn't happen as much here in higher ranks, but apparently people are little babies everywhere. Like, just play the game and have fun. I feel like I'm always like a parent half the time because I keep my voice chat on all the time. I keep an open mic and everything so I can talk. I do push to talk when I'm playing with friends. I'm not obviously going to be blabbing in everyone's ear when I'm have friends on and stuff like that. Just, you know, casual conversation. But like, I feel like I'm a parent when I play Marvel Rivals at times where I need to be the one. I feel like I'm the one who's in the front seat and I'm like, you guys, chill out back there. You're going to make me stop the car. All right. Like, everybody get along. We're going to make it. We're all going to the same place, you know? Oh, I did see that, though. The patch, you can actually report them mid-game, which is interesting. Which, I mean, it's cool, but also, like, it doesn't really change the flow. Like, if they're being douchers and they're not going to get, like, kicked in the middle of your game, right? So I'm always like, whatever. I usually I'm fine. Even with this new patch, I'm probably still going to report people after the fact. I'm not going to stop my playing of the game just to report someone. I'll do that when the match is over, you know? But I'm sure the ability is nice to have. But yeah, no, I feel like I'm just babysitting all the time. Like, you either get like really cool chill people or you feel like all of a sudden you're babysitting because somebody needs to call somebody else out, right? Classic. It'll be like a healer that will call out one of the DPS. And then the DPS is like, F you, man, blah, 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 blah. I'm not getting heals. And all of a sudden it's an argument back and forth, back and forth. And it's like in between rounds and we're about to start. And I'm like, you guys. We just want to win, right? That's why you're upset because you'd like to win. Arguing about it's not going to help us win, is it? Let's focus on what we can fix. Like, hey, maybe do we need to swap roles? Do we need to do this? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm always like the dad in the front seat trying to calm the children in the back of the car. Like, it is something else. Only reason I turned voice off was I was just annoyed with all the PlayStation players who have mics open constantly. They're just chatting to people. Yeah, that's fair. Luckily, when I play ranked, then that's not an issue since I'm on PC. I don't get usually on PC, that's not as big of an issue because ranked isn't crossplay, so you're not getting any of the console jibber jabber of people just in their living rooms. Or yeah, that's the worst with PlayStation, how like the controllers are set by default to the mic or this or that, and you're like, oh my god, can you please not? In higher, like in the competitive higher, like the higher rank you go, having voice chat though is like, I don't know, in my mind like that can make or break it. Like, because communication is key. If some, like, I've had countless times that like I'm about to die and I call it out and my healer catches me just in time because they weren't aware, or I'm doing damage against somebody at a point and no one's necessarily helping focus, but I call out like focus range. All of a sudden I get like one extra DPS helping and they get killed. Like little things like that, or calling out like, hey, Luna, use your ult first and then I'll use mine if I'm playing Sue or something like that. Like, there is a lot of merit to it, which sucks because I completely understand, though, people turning off voice chat because people are garbage. Like, so it's like, I want voice chat on, but I get it. Yeah, like I said, at higher level, it's definitely, and I like to think at higher level, it's not quite as bitchy, but it's almost more bitchy. But I don't know, at that point, you can just mute the person. Like, that's my thing. It's easier to keep voice chat on at higher levels for ranked. And then if someone's being overly toxic and garbage, you can still mute them and you can still be communicating with the rest of the team at least. But yeah, it's rough. And I come from an age, again, not sure how old, you may be, but like I come from an age with the original Xbox, right? Or even better yet, I played on, I had the computer, right? My dad, I grew up with Quake on the computer and stuff like that. Like I grew up in the original Xbox era where open mics and lawlessness ruled. Like Call of Duty was like the OG Call of Duty, like 2 and 3 on Xbox Live and stuff, or Halo, the Halo games and stuff. It was lawlessness. It was absolute garbage fire communication with people. So like I'm used to it, but it still sucks. Especially as I've gotten older. I'm like, you guys, come on. But it is weird that like, because I feel like with Discord now, so many people don't even use voice chat as much. Like 9 times out of 10, people are like, nah, I'm just in my own personal Discord with people. Which again, I do that with my friends, but we're playing quick play then when I'm playing Rivals, with them. So it's different. But yeah, Discord's a whole other beast. So if you've only been playing for 3 weeks, do you have are you gravitating towards a specific character or playstyle yet? Or just still kind of grooving and finding it all out? Because there's a lot to learn in a game like this. Or did you come here because you saw Squirrel Girl and that's who you played the most? You got that Squirrel Girl in you. Her sound effects, though, Squirrel Girl in the game. Her jump sound effect with her like bounce ability, 10 out of 10. So cute. Played most of the characters at this point and okay-ish. I get that. I find myself there's too many DPS character people like insta-locking DPS, so I'll play DPS characters when I get the opportunity in ranked, but that's few and far between. So like if I play ranked and I end up playing DPS, it's usually I'll play like Hela or Namor. Just because like Namor has function for like, both of those have like a reason I'd pick them, right? Like Namor if I need to have the turrets to help with like backline diving characters, Hela if they've got flyers and I just want to snipe them, right? Nice. Squirrel Girl was just a bonus. But yeah, I find myself always playing tanks personally at this point. Like I find them the most fun to play. They require a lot of game knowledge of knowing like the space of how and when to push, when to peel back and help supports, when to, like you're kind of the driving force playing tank you're like a playmaker, right? Like you kind of have to make the calls sometimes and really hope your team is following suit. Yeah, the tanks are I don't know. I find the tanks some of the most fun characters to play personally. Like I love the new thing. He's super fun to play as. I play plenty of Doctor Strange, but Doctor Strange is very like by the books, right? But he's solid. But like playing like Thing or Thor or characters like that who are more like aggressive tanks like that, it's super fun. Or I've been watching the top 500 players a lot for Penny, because Penny's an interesting one that everybody looks at Penny and thinks she's like a very defensive character because the idea of her mind system. But I've been watching some top 500 players of Penny and she is a monster when they play her aggressively. Like it's wild to see. And like the moves that they do and some of the, you know what I mean? Like some of the tactics that they employ are just, I'm like, damn, that's smart. Poor Girl, Jeff, Punisher are your top, and Mantis is growing. I love Mantis. Mantis is fun too. And yeah, Penny's super self-sufficient. She's got like, hey, I can self-heal a bit. I can stun people. I can use my web to get out of dodge. I can do, like she's got a good amount of options at her disposal, which is always a good thing. I love Mantis, but my problem with Mantis now in the current like meta of the game. I played Mantis. Storm's hard. Storm is a character, the flying characters, and especially a slower flying character like that, they're a different play style entirely, I feel like, to get used to. But no, in season 0, technically, right, when the game, before the first season, the first like initial offering of the game, I played as Mantis and Loki the most for my healers, like all the time. But unfortunately, as the meta progressed, everybody plays Cloak and Dagger, and now Sue and Luna. And at the higher level, having one team have all these like massive defensive ults that like completely pause the game essentially, or block ultimates and do these things. Mantis's ultimate doesn't stack up, right? Like her ultimate, Mantis's ult is like way slower, way less impactful than, like, it's basically like a crappier version of Luna's ult is Mantis's, I feel like. So I unfortunately don't play Mantis almost at all now in the ranked setting. I basically just play Loki or Susan if I do. Storm is slow, doesn't have any self heals, and her damage isn't trash. So that's the thing. Her damage is really good. It's just a weird. It's a weird way of using her because you need to like time your like storm thing when you're like within range of someone, because you can do like certain combos where like in your range, if you switch to damage and you activate, everything gets hit by lightning. And so if you time it well, you can hit them with your lightning strike that comes down from within the damage circle. And then you can do like a 1-2 punch with your secondary and primary. And it can do bonkers damage. It's just her positioning needs to be really good. And because she has no like quick way to move, no mobility, no self heal, nothing. You have to be like, I feel like she's one of those characters where like mid level, she's like low tier, right? But then high level, she's a much higher tier, right? Which is pretty common. Like I play Street Fighter a lot. Like I love my Street Fighter 6. And there's a character named Ed. Ed at low level is kind of garbage because his moveset and his kit is more advanced, right? But then Ed at, expert level of play, like, tournament above my pay grade, right? Those people are absolutely staggering with Ed. And so it's one of those things where it's like there are like certain characters that require a little more oomph, right, to be as effective. Same with like Loki, if we're talking about heals and stuff. Like I love Loki, but like when you play with a Loki who doesn't know what they're doing versus a Loki who does, this night and day different because he's a more advanced healer, right? There's more stuff you've got to be doing with him. That said, I'm terrible with Storm 2, for the record. I'm not saying like I tried to play Storm 2 and I'm really bad with her, but I've watched enough footage of high level people play with her to understand that in the right hands, she is good. Those hands are not mine. I can tell you that much though. They are most definitely not mine. Because she just feels weird. Like I said, the flying feels weird and stuff like that too. That it's like you really need to get used to playing that way. Because it's so different than everybody else. I'll stick with my thing just running in, or my Thor just flying in, with my swinging. Agree with the Loki thing. I can see how others are great with him, but definitely too involved. Yeah, for how you want to play it. Yeah, I was the opposite. Loki was the first character I picked up in season 0 when the game first went live. That was my character. I played Loki more than anybody because it felt like I like that. Like I like that like extra level of mental game, I was playing against a Loki the other day who was like the ultimate assassin. Like he did these plays that were just so good, and he would like get behind us and just murder one person at a time and then be gone. Like I was impressed. And I definitely like watching. It's always fun. Like when you watch someone kick your ass, then you're like, I'm going to do that now. Like I've seen how you've done the thing. I hated the way you did this to me. I now will do this to other people so they too will hate me. Like that's how you learn. Yeah, that's how you learn in everything. If you see someone do something cool, how do I do that too, you know? I'm just noodling this foot. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't mind me. Just wasting time as I do. I just wanted the foot looked a little stubby, so I was trying to just make it longer at first, was my first initial reason for addressing this, but in trying to like half-ass clean the foot, like, you know what I mean? Like it's messy, it's sketchy, but since it is in the forefront, I don't want it too unbelievably messy. Like I need some sort, like this area here, I don't know what's happening. This is weird. I need to clean this. The leather to fur area needs to be at least somewhat understandable. Again, I'm keeping it sketchy, but not so sketchy that you can't read it. Okay, that looks better. That's fine. My stomach is rumbling, man. I don't even know what time it is. 12:30. Eesh. Is that time? Oh, 12:30 means time for a piece of chocolate. I keep a handful of Dove chocolates, the dark chocolates, at my desk when I'm streaming because they're like little snacks every little bit to keep me energized. I'm a sucker for candy. Couldn't care less about savory food. Like you give me red meat or salty things. Nah, I don't want it. No thanks. Give me something sweet. Give me some dessert. Done. Sold. I'll eat it all. So again, nothing crazy right here. I just realized since I'm not doing line work, I decided I need to just keep some of these a little cleaner than the messy nonsense I had created. So just a little bit of fixing at the moment. Looks really thick. Let's thin that out. So, you know, I'm always quick and lazy with these kind of things, but it's so easy just to grab like the distort or the warp here and kind of curve it, right? It was getting too thick for its own space. So if we kind of scrunch it in, right? Make it feel more suited for the space. That looks better. And then obviously always, oh, F. No, I just said it looked better. And then, So fun fact, I'm working on a very old iPad. And stuff like that happens a lot where all of a sudden something just messes up, undoes something because the touch recognition's borked over time now, but it's fine. Just redo it. But yeah, my iPad has seen better days, but that's okay. I have my really nice Cintiq in the office in my other room here, but I do not have the good computer is in here, with the camera and the microphone and all that stuff. So that room is not able to use the Great Cintiq. Maybe one day I'll reassess my setup and get the office set up with a camera and mic too, so I can do recording in there. But for now, just iPad in here. And I'll use the iPad till I can't. My girlfriend's like, hey, do we need to get a new iPad anytime soon? And I said, absolutely not. I use my things till I can't. When it comes to, like, if it's clothes, if it's technology, like all this stuff, like, until there's a reason to need to get it, I don't care. I'm going to keep using it. And that is what we're doing with this iPad. But yeah, it is funny knowing I have like a $3,000 drawing piece of equipment in the other room that's just not being used. I yoinked it from work. My last job, when they had I made it all the way. They had like 3 rounds of layoffs. And well, technically they had another one after I got laid off too. But in the 3rd round of layoffs, I finally was kaput. But I said, I'm going to keep this Cintiq, cool? And they said, I don't know what you're talking about. What Cintiq? And I said, exactly. Okay, now that it doesn't look as absolutely like super hectic down here now. It was looking real messy real fast. Right, now that looks like a clean boot. Though the line work is not as... So everything's heavier in the shadow, right, as usual. So I kind of need to darken up some of these spaces then, just to make it cohesive with the rest of the drawing. Because as we see here, like there's thicker spaces a lot. So I want to go through and just make like an illusion again, as if the light is coming from, where is it coming from? It's coming from the top left of the screen then, right? Coming from up here. So thinner lines from there, thicker lines as it recedes. When I got laid off from my last job, it was on the first day I'd taken off in 6 months, ironically, and they told me that I had to have my laptop shipped out by end of day. Ugh! No can do, pal. I'm 1,000 miles away from my laptop. Yeah, that's rough. I'm sorry. What did you end up doing? Did you end up shipping it out still eventually, I'm assuming, when you got back home? Or did you just... statute of limitations, like, I waited so long. Oh, well, I guess it's mine now. Also, layoffs suck, just straight up. Like, just on that note of, yeah, I feel you in general, especially in the gaming industry right now. Layoffs are kind of everywhere, so I've been seeing it on every front. Oh gosh, they're gonna hold your severance until you sent it back. F that. My gosh, not worth it then to keep the laptop. Never mind. Yeah, it always runs the gamut. Like I said, like this studio, the last one I worked at where I got laid off here, and I kept the Cintiq and the computer and all these things, right? I'd actually just gotten upgraded to. I had talked with our IT guy, and I was like, hey, I could really use a GPU upgrade. That I did at this job. It's 3D modeling and like environments and stuff that I did. And I was like, I could really use a GPU upgrade because I'm hitting some lags with my renders and stuff. It's just taking too long. And he was a cool guy. I really liked him. We got talking because he quickly realized that like, oh, this guy knows about computers anyway. Like I was talking about, we just got on like whole tangents and stuff like that. He was a big D&D guy too. So we were just chatting about a lot. And he's like, hey man, I hooked you up. He's like, normally they were just giving out, I think it was like 4060s as upgrades, like nothing great for a GPU upgrade. But he's like, I got you a 4070 Ti. He's like, it'll be there next week. And I was like, oh, F, dope. So then ironically, what ended up happening was I got laid off shortly after. I got this new GPU, and the work computer was arguably one of the weaker computers I had, but I kept it. But then I took the GPU and slapped it in this bad boy that I'm using now in a different build of mine. So I was like, you know what, win-win. But then it runs the gamut because then at my other, there was a studio before that. So back with COVID, the studio I was at, we worked in person. Obviously, this was, before COVID for years. And then when COVID hit, we all obviously shifted to working from home. And I got sent, like we got to pick up the Cintiqs and I don't know if we gave us computers or if it was just the Cintiq. I think they gave the computer and the Cintiq. So basically, we went to our office, right? Because it was really nice offices. I shared it with a good friend of mine. And so it was just like the two of us in one office. It was like duos for our art team, how it was set up. But they had us come in, we got our computer, we got our Cintiq, and then we were good to go, right? Like, cool, art can do their stuff from home, we'll make it happen. Well, I realized I didn't have, the computer chair I had at the time was like beat to shit because I didn't, like I used it for gaming at night. And that was when I still played on console here and there too. Like I wasn't strictly a PC gamer at the time. And so my computer chair was, oh my gosh, like 8 years old, 10 years old. Like it was old, like very old. And so all of a sudden I'm sitting at my own computer chair every day. And I was like, I think my hips are going to die because it was just garbage. And so I was like, hey, can I pick up my chair? Like I didn't live far from the office even. I lived real close. I was like, hey, can I pick up my chair from work? And they were like, absolutely not. Don't even ask again. They were like super, I was like, what the, you let me take my like $2,000 Cintiq and $2,000 computer, but I said, hey, can I grab my like $600 computer chair from my office? Absolutely not. Don't ask again. What the hell? Okay, I guess that's cool. So yeah, that was a weird one. And then they were super strict because guess what? They did layoffs then after we all worked remote and COVID wreaked havoc, obviously, on everything. And they laid off that studio. Ugh. That studio shut down over half of its workforce. Over half. It was like 65% of our art team or 70% of the art team was gone. Like the art department, just gone. Like it was a few people remained. And of course, executive positions stayed. And then they got rid of maybe like a third or a fourth of the engineers. But like the art team was just obliterated. And I was like, cool. Yeah. Art layoffs are rough the past years. Depends if they own the office or not. My previous company rented their offices. See, no, I knew they didn't because the CEO of the company. So it's embarrassing that I hated that job that I worked. It was casino games, right? I did not like doing casino games, but it was a good job itself. But working on casino games was rough. But I did a lot of like motion graphics and illustration and stuff, which was fun. But anyway, the CEO was loaded, like absolutely loaded. He owned like an oil company, and this was his like secondary company that he'd had for like 20 years, that he just loved casinos, right? And so he had run this business for like 15 or 20 years. And this dude was loaded. Like unbelievably rich to the point where that office space that he originally had just rented the first and second floor or something, and then eventually he just said, screw it, we'll buy the building. So he owned the building. He had the whole building. It was his. Because they were even looking at expanding, and he was going about to, right before COVID, he almost bought, they were in talks to buy the neighboring building. So like, it was all his stuff, like 100%. Oh, you had friends that worked at a casino shop too? Yeah, it's a weird business, the casino world, because like you're very truncated in what you're allowed to do, I feel like there's not like you're constantly just, not that normal video games aren't doing the same thing to an extent nowadays, but like you're just chasing trends and copying what worked with other casino companies, and it just feels skeevy. Like how, like the logic is always, okay, cool, how can you make, when we're designing stuff, the logic is like, okay, but how do we convince them to sit here longer, right? How do we convince them to hit the button again and drop another $50, $100, whatever? And it just was like, I felt dirty. Felt real dirty. There's a show called The League that I love. It's an old show now at this point, but one of the characters was like very like obsessive compulsive about stuff, and something happened and he goes, forever unclean, and like that's like my vibe with my body and my brain now. I'm forever unclean. I've worked on these skeevy casino things. Forever unclean. But I made amazing friends there though, which is arguably why that was such a good job. That was like some of the coolest people. One of my best friends now is there. His wife is the one who I worked with, and we're just, great buddies. Another friend that I still talk to all the time was in his wedding a couple years back. Like, good people, right? Bad jobs, but good people make a difference. So 100%. Yes, was it a weird job? But then also, would I do it again? In a heartbeat, because the people there were some of my favorite. Which sucked then when COVID hit then, because it's like, then after COVID hit, a lot of people moved, a lot of people, we all got laid off, different things. And so like this massive friend group that I had suddenly now was no more, right? Like, which sucked. But that's the way of the world. But I do miss, we used to have like game nights at my one buddy's house, and like board game nights too. Board games with like a whole gamut of stuff, right? And man, do I miss that. Like, if I could have that back, if he could live near me again, like, those were good times. It was always funny because they'd have, I don't know if anybody plays board games here, but like the board games that I play are not the like insane, like 4 hours, need to learn the rules and do, like, I don't mess with that, right? That's too much for me. But it was always funny because we'd always have game night, and like there'd be like two distinct groups of people who are like, hey, we feel like playing this one game for this 4 hours tonight. And then the other group that's like, hey, we're going to play 8 different games, and then we're going to play Super Smash Brothers, and then we're going to play Mario Kart, and then we're going to play another silly board game. Like, and all the while the other group is like, hey, we're halfway through. And it's like, good God. Those games there's a lot going on with some of these board games. We're like done with 2 different games. I'm like, okay, we finally understand the rules of ours. I'm just fixing up the sock right now. That's the autism gamers versus the ADHD gamers. That's actually unfortunately weirdly accurate to an extent. Yeah, I fell in the camp of more of the attention deficit gamers. I just need to be like, yep. Let me play games. I just like talking, right? Like, I just like being with my friends and hanging out, and playing different things meant we get to just chat more, right? When you're playing like a super intense game, you're so engaged in it. And that's, I don't know. That wasn't the vibe that I always wanted. I just wanted to be playful and just be goofing around. Not that you couldn't, but some of them took it more seriously, that it made it harder to be that way. That's why I like games like Dominion. You can teach the whole thing in about 20 minutes and takes years before you're great. Dominion. I need to look that up. My brain, I feel like I know what game that is, but I am completely blanking on a visual. Let me pull up a... a deck building game with tons of expansion. Things Magic the Gathering, but you can build it on the fly. Oh, the cards even look Magic the Gathering-esque. Okay. I do like deck building. I'm a sucker, so it's not necessarily a deck building game. If we're talking about... I have seen this before, so this does look familiar. I don't think my friends ever played this one, though. I'm a sucker for Boss Monster. If we're talking, like, if we're thinking, like, when I think of cards like that have, like, a little bit more depth to it, like, obviously this looks like a little more involved than Boss Monsters. But, like, man, I love Boss Monsters. A free version on Steam. Oh, well, since 2008, so, like, you know it must be still kicking pretty well if it's that. Hall of Fame inductee, even. Yeah, I miss, like, the Steam version's cool, I'm sure, but like I said, there's something I miss about having just, like, playing with people. You know what I mean? Like, physically having them in the room with you. Like, yes, do I still keep in touch with all my best friends and we hang out and play games on Mondays and Wednesday nights and stuff like that? Yeah, we do, 100%. Is it the same as when we were in the same room together, goofing around and doing it? Not even a little. So, I just miss it. I wish... Like, I'd be like, if I had my friends here and they said, hey man, let's play Dominion, I got this game, I'd be like, sold, let's do it. Like, teach me something. Like, I'm fine with that right now, but alas. Oh, that's cool. The all expansion based, so it's new ways to play, but they all build with each other. Kind of, I mean, yeah, like I said, my only comparative is Boss Monsters because that has quite a few expansions too. But yeah, the bigger deck building games like that, I never super got into myself, but that does seem fun. We keep, now the only board games we end up playing are like the, is it Sam Raimi? Is that the one? The one with like Unstable Unicorn or whatever with like, I can't even remember the name of those games then. It's like all like these little like cutesy characters. Oh my goodness. The game version. The games of Dominion themselves. Oh, only lasts like 30 minutes though. That's not bad. What is... Man, I'm completely blanking on the name of the games that we play right now. Like my girlfriend and I, when we do play board games, it's... I'm like trying to type with one left hand right now on a keyboard I can't even see. Don't mind me. Super awkward. Oh, like, okay. So, Command of Nature, or what is this? Command of Nature, Casting Shadows. What is the other one? There's the one that we play all the time because it's super quick. My girlfriend like likes this quicker little simple things. What is it called? That would be weird if I somehow had two left hands. That is fair. Yeah, you can't see, but like the Cintiq is on an arm. It's on a sketchboard, which is on an arm that is folded on top of the desk, essentially. So I cannot see anything, and the sketchboard completely gets in the way. But yeah, like these cutesy things, like, because since it's just my girlfriend and I, like, we don't get into too much stuff of board games because she's not a board game person. I've built her into being a board game person. So I keep it simpler, right? Since it's just her and I don't want to do any like big intense ones. Oh, I keep forgetting I need to switch. Sorry. Like these like cutesy little guys. I cannot remember the other one. It's downstairs. We play it quite a bit. We just got one of the later expansions for it too. It's not casting shadows. It's no, not exploding kittens. It's Ooh, Ticket to Ride. That's a fun one. I always like Ticket to Ride. I think it's from the same company. Maybe it's Here to Slay. This one. This is like the simplest game ever. Like, it's really not. Like, you can learn it in minutes and essentially master it in like 10 minutes. Like, it's not that in-depth of a game, but it's just fun. And it fits like, again, so playing with my girlfriend who's not like super in-depth, intense card game or board game person, these are adorable pieces to look at, and they're silly. And it's pretty self-explanatory, the game. So, this is a fun one. This is my level of intensity lately. But yeah, they've got a handful of expansions too. But then also the Brotherwise games, right? Like I said, the right. They've got, isn't it Brotherwise? Aren't these the people that did? Maybe I'm just forgetting names. Because they did a Kickstarter for the new boss, like it's an expansion and like a greatest hits kind of huge thing for boss monsters, which that I think should be shipping soon, actually. I thought that Kickstarter had been fulfilled. But yeah, board games, am I right? My little sister does card games, like TCGs. So, like, I've been in the realm of TCG world for my whole life because she's constantly gaming. She goes to, was she in Florida last time and then in Georgia and stuff, just doing the different tournaments and stuff like that. When she was really little, I helped run the our local Pokemon League for the kids, which was fun. And cool, because then you got, you know, when you're actually paired up with the company and stuff, they send you actually get like the kits and stuff like that and free things to give out for all the kids and all the promos, which was a fun time for sure. But yeah, who knew that would expand into such a world for her that I did not realize at the time. You know what I mean? Like, that would become like, oh yeah, she gaming now. Who knew Pokemon League was such an entry, what, not entry drug, what is it? I don't know, whatever. Got her hooked. Which, that said, I loved getting into Lorcana when that came out. And I played it quite a bit until I remembered how expensive trading card games are. And I said, you know what? I don't feel like doing this anymore. I'm not about spending all this money. So, I've not played Lorcana in a while, but I still keep up with all the new sets just from a visual perspective. Right? I've created a monster, right? Who knew that her interest in Pokemon at that time that we nourished would create a monster? Trading card stuff though, like that Dominion, right? Like, you buy the base game and you buy an expansion every now and again, right? That sounds super good, super value worthy, right? Like, whereas like trading card games, like, hey, did you want to buy the new set every 3 months? And you're like, Jesus F. Like, yeah, it's too much. It gets way too pricey for TCGs. Because nothing beats the fun of opening a pack. Like, there's something innately very fun. Lucky for you, you were poor when Magic came out. So after you bought a few packs, you're like, you can't keep up. Yeah, that was my reminder. Like, so I played Magic when I was younger. I played Yu-Gi-Oh! A lot. One of my best friends, him and I loved playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Together. And I played like Pokemon and like actually played Pokemon, not just collected. And then I kind of fell out of it. You know, as I grew up, we stopped playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I started playing Pokemon more when my sister got into that kind of stuff. And then with Lorcana, when this came out, I was like, you know what? I love Disney so much. So I'm like, you know what? Game on, let's make it happen. And it was something that I could like, relate more with my sister because I don't really play any of the TCGs that she plays nowadays. And yeah, I quickly was like, holy F, this is way too much money. I completely forgot how much this is. Cause I'm like, yeah, I want to get like a booster box or two and then buy some packs at the store and then get the starter decks. And then I'm like, well, I just want to build my own deck. So I'm going to go on TCG Player and buy my own, buy singles and do this and that. And all of a sudden I was like, all right, I do not have the money to justify this kind of investment of hobby right now. Like, no, thank you. Not for how much I didn't even play it. Like, I taught my girlfriend to play it and we enjoyed it. And it was fun that she'd be like, I want a deck of all blank. And so I would try and like make a fun deck because it was just for her and I to play then of, the dwarves deck or the Dalmatians deck. Like she did a lot of those kind of ones or like her princess deck that she wanted, and it's like, okay, that was fun. But yeah, that stuff ain't cheap. Not at all. Gorgeous art though. Every stream I go through ArtStation and I, look at cool stuff first before I draw myself. And every time I see a Lorcana piece on ArtStation, I immediately have to look at it. And then I go on a whole tangent looking at other Lorcana stuff. That's usually the flow of events that occur. So again, I'm not super sold on this hand. I remember when I sketched it out on Tuesday, I didn't like it, but I also don't care enough. I know that always sounds so bad. I'm like, but it's fine enough. I don't need to reinvent the wheel. It looks good enough. It looks like a hand-ish, right? I feel like now that it's a glove, though, I need to like simplify some of these inner shapes to feel more connected, as if it's one piece. Whereas if it's a hand, if it's a naked hand, I was gonna say a raw hand. That sounds, that sounds weird. If it's a naked hand, if it's a gloveless hand, whatever, it would have, a little more nuance to the shapes. Whereas like a glove kind of homogenizes everything because then it's one big piece of cloth that's, separated and folding. But talked about it on stream before when I did her hand too. I hate drawing fingernails. Like they always just look dumb. Like there's no way around it. I just always feel like fingernails look stupid no matter what I do. They look dirty, they look fat, they look not right. But alas, maybe this last piece of chocolate I have here will give me the inspiration to fingernail it. Hopefully I can nail it. 10 out of 10. Okay. Our pinky's a little thick. All of her fingers are a little thick, actually. What the hell was I doing? Who made me do this? Whenever I look back at things I did, I'm like, who did this? Who told my brain to draw it like that? Because that was wrong. I don't know why I'm this fingerless glove here. I guess technically the fold is like, there we go. That makes more sense because it's like above. Consistently, I was doing it like right above the knuckle, kind of. So I needed to keep. It looked weird. We started we watched one episode of thinking when I said Knuckles of the Knuckles TV show. And we never went back and finished more of it. I don't know why. It wasn't bad, I guess. It was just I don't know, something about that IP feels very good the way they do it as a movie. Something about it I was like, I don't know if I need this as a TV show. But I want them as movies still. Fingers just looking weird no matter what I do. By trade, you're a software engineer and you have a similar thing where you'll come back to code 6 months and be like, what moron wrote this code? Checks the Git. Yeah, this moron. Yeah. Yep. I feel like that's, a lot of us have that kind of vibe. Doesn't even matter. Any sort of thing where you can work on something and come back to, you realize you are the bad guy. You're the dingus. Software engineering is, I am, as we said, I'm the ADHD gamer then, I guess. I'm much more, like, my brain is bouncing too much. I have to be doing something, and I always like being more creative. Not that you can't be creative with engineering. I've seen, the stuff you guys do, but like a lot of my buddies, obviously working in games, I've made plenty of friends who are software engineers and stuff like that. And I remember always going to my one buddy's office and be like, how are the ones and zeros going? Looking good, nice. I'm gonna go draw some pictures. Like, that's my brain. I'm very organized and anal with stuff, so I probably, like, if I needed to learn that as a skill set, I'm sure I could eventually, but from the outside looking in, I'm always like, nah, that's crazy. So kudos to you. As I continue, I told you, dude, fingernails. I just don't know why I can't make them look good. I don't know what it is. Do I make it a little longer? Is that going to help? I never draw fingernails, ever. Even when I sculpt, I usually don't like adding fingernails for 3D work too. I don't know. Why do the fingernails? That actually doesn't look too bad. Just breaking the bounds a little bit. The last piece. What do you mean? They ever come to you going, how's the lines and color? I don't get how you worded it. I'm sorry, man. They ever come to you going, how's the lines and color? No, they did. They did do that since the engineer friends. I totally, for some reason, my brain was like so engrossed in these stupid fingernails. My brain already forgot about that thing I just said moments ago. Oh my gosh. Yes, I did. My engineer friend would be like, so he'd come to the office and be like, how them pictures looking? How those colors? I was always like, okay, fine. That sounds really dumb. I'll stop. And then I would still poke fun and make the same comments to him too. So always a back and forth. But yes, they definitely did. That's funny. His wife, actually, the one who I'm thinking of, his wife is they both are engineers, and but she got into engineering because she wanted to do art, but thought engineering would be more lucrative, right? And still work on games then. So she was a super creative. She is a super creative girl. Like the stuff she can do is super cool. And she actually just does a ton of cosplay stuff now. Like she's the person who makes all the things. Like she sews stuff. She does a lot of like modeling stuff. That's pretty cool. She helped me put together. I dressed up as Hercules for an event for with Disney a while back for one of the Halloween parties, and she helped. By helped, I mean she basically made the whole thing. My Hercules costume was pretty dope. That was a fun one. Yeah, Hercules, and then my buddies all we were going as so my one buddy was Hades, and then his wife and sister-in-law then dressed up as Pain and Panic. That was a lot of fun. But it was funny because like I had my friend help me make this really cool costume, right? Like we had like she legit sewed together. We went to Jo-Ann Fabric. We got all the material. We got everything done. She gave me the material so I could like sculpt my own little like medallion. We made a cape, all the stuff, right? She made like the shoes, the gauntlets. It wasn't like it was literally done in a week. Like her and I made it in a week. So it wasn't like her best work ever, but it was pretty darn good. And then there's my buddies who have never done any of that stuff ever before, and they just did their own. And they're like, that's not fair. You had help. Yours looks a lot better. And I'm like, hey man, y'all could have gotten help too. That's not, I didn't tell you you couldn't. So, my Hercules was the best. I'm sure I've got pictures of that somewhere in my Google Drive of that costume. A fun one. That was right before COVID too. Like literally the Halloween before COVID, and then Disney kind of was not on the table for me as much. We used to go every year, but then after COVID, it was not quite as common of an occurrence anymore, unfortunately. We still go plenty, but yeah, not quite as much as when years passed. Now I want to look up a picture of that and see my old costume. I don't even know where it would exist. I know I probably posted it on like Facebook or something, but I don't feel like pulling up my Facebook to see pictures. Googly moogly. Photos. I use Google Photos all the time, and I use it on my phone. But for some reason, when I go to Google Photos on the web client, I don't know what the ever living heck I'm looking at. I always get so confused. I don't know why. My brain just has a harder time with this one than anything else. Disney 2019. Yeah. Pre-vid, Let's see. This was a shared album with my buddies. So let's see what there's a billion pictures. Where is a good one? Open. That one's not the best picture, but let's see where's a better one. Yeah, I don't know. Going to the Disney Halloween and Disney Christmas events are always my favorite. Like they're just so fun. How do I open image in new tab? All right, let's look at these stupid pictures. Boop. Can we not zoom in? Seriously, that's as far as it zooms in. Google Photos, you killing me right now. Why is it such small quality? How do you zoom? Boop, 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 boop. But like, so we had the actual like pleather, the sculpted medallion, the cape, the headband, the little bracers. I guess we don't see in these, but like they had their shoes too, which they made some pretty great shoes. But I even had like the little sandals things made and stuff. Yeah, that was such a fun time. But yeah, just saying, an engineer made this costume for me. That's just a long way of saying software engineer made that costume for me, and it was a lot of fun. Watching people sew and like do that kind of stuff, like it's wild to me. I don't know why. Like as someone who does 3D sculpting and loves drawing and doing all these things, I can create stuff, right? There's something that when people create stuff physically with cloth, I'm always like, what black magic are you doing? How did you do that? Like, I don't know why to me, it's a completely different world. Because it is. Like, I don't know how to do it. And so seeing other people do it, whenever you don't know how to do a thing, there's like a mystified nature to it, right? Like if you have no idea how to do it. So when she's like, oh yeah, we'll just measure you here and we'll sew this wad of cloth into this outfit. Now I'm like, wow, that's pretty cool. I don't know what's happening, but thank you. So I'm trying to simplify. So right here was getting really messy, and I'm okay with it being pretty messy, but I'm trying to simplify a little bit down here by the boot, just so it's not like beyond messy. But it's weird because the way I'm drawing at this angle, you don't really see too much. Like I feel like there'd be a lot of cut off part from the sock. So I don't want to give too much detail where there wouldn't be any. Like you wouldn't actually see it, you know? With the Colosseum. I mean, yeah, like using like Marvelous Designer and stuff is a pretty cool cloth creation system and stuff for 3D modeling. And even that though, like the way you go about creating cloth then in those applications and stuff, it's hard because you have to actually have the mindset of knowing how it's created, right? Because like in the cloth simulars, when people usually for like 3D models, what we'll do is we'll do like the base model it's going to be built on, right? And then you do in Marvelous Designer or whatever, you'll do like a cloth simulation on top of it, and then you go in and fine tune it and sculpt it more the detail you want. But usually the way Marvelous Designer works is you actually make the sew, right? Like if we're working with Squirrel Girl, right? Like you would actually be looking like, okay, it's a pant that I want fitted like this. So there'd be stitching, like the stitch would be here and then you'd fold it around. Like you actually need to like make it in 3D too. And that's even harder than in my mind. Cause I'm like, well, it's already weird to me. I don't understand how these things happen. Which again is silly because anybody who works in 3D, obviously everything we do is unwrapping 3D shapes to make them flat in 2D. So like it's within my brain to do it, but seeing people do it for some reason is always a different beast. Because when you UV unwrap, like when you're taking an object you sculpted, you take the low poly and you need to basically flatten it, which is the equivalent. Like when I try and explain it to people, it's like literally making the stitches of cloth, just working in reverse then. So again, one of those things where I'm sure if I focused more on it, my brain would get it, but I'm not doing that right now. I'm streaming drawing Squirrel Girl. Imagining playing Marvel Rivals myself and dropping rank 1,000 times, you know? That's my life right now. Oops, thought that was an eraser. I think that still sells it, right? I don't want too much detail on this foot. I'm adding too much, but that sells it still. Only problem I have is this little guy needs to curve away because we have like this little itty bit of negative space. And at that point, I just want to kind of close it off. Like that. Yeah. Clean. Okay, so now I just need to figure out her forearm and the tail, right? And then I can, what is it? It's 115. So then I can actually at least hopefully get that done and block in color before we finish today. So I have something more to show. I'm gonna grab my water though. My water is just right next to me right here. I'm gonna switch out my coffee mug. Again, I don't know if anybody saw beforehand my working on Squirrel Girl, so I have my squirrel mug. You know, that's what you do. It's from Up though. Excuse me. Swapped out coffee with water. This stupid. I got that like plastic mat underneath so you can roll the desk or the desk chair nicer. But it gets like sometimes it gets wedged because it's the pressure, and then the wheels get like wedged in place, and so you try and move it and you are just stuck. So I always feel like I'm like a giant fat guy struggling sometimes when I'm like, oh, like trying to like move my chair. Okay, so I don't like these fingernails too much, but I don't care. So the forearm gave me grief last time. So the forearm's kind of weird, and we're forcing this perspective. But we simplified this like acorn pattern with this almost like medieval, like Renaissance fair, like pleat. And I think that worked. So I just need to think of how we replicate that here. So I don't mind the arm. Does the hand, before we start moving, let me grab the hand by itself now and move it and see if it needs to change position to read better or not. So I look a lot at my other screen where stream is actually up because I can zoom out here, but that is so tiny then on my like feed to see how it looks, it's even further zoomed out. So sometimes it helps to see a better view. Just playing with the idea of which way it's rotating, where the position of the hand is, the size of the hand really too, because if the hand is there, bam, huge. I like to compare. So like if it's the foot, right? The foot's going to be a little bit bigger and a little closer. But it is about the size of the head. So that doesn't make sense. So the hand should be just a smidge bigger than the face because the perspective we're playing with. So the hand would be bigger. It would go foot, hand, head. It does, but I feel like I have such a small iPad that using the navigator thing up there to keep it smaller is just too much real estate that I don't like giving up. Because I come from drawing in Photoshop and that kind of stuff where like I have my whole screen to work with, whereas like this little iPad, I'm like, I don't got the real estate to do that. But yes, I do. I've tried that feature before, but I just don't if I had a larger iPad, I would probably keep it on. But unfortunately, I got this little old guy here, so working with what we got. Do you use Procreate then yourself? Are you do you like to draw? I'm assuming if you've got, a base understanding of the software itself at least. I always do that where like I always say be sure you draw what's behind so you understand where things are actually connecting. So I do that a lot just to make sure the shapes make sense in the space that we're drawing them. Very tenuous relationship with drawing. When I was first learning drawing in school, I took technical drawing. Okay. Technical drawing's tough. Like I equate technical drawing more so in my purview of understanding of art and stuff like that is I compare it more to like like more architecturally drawings and stuff like that too, where it's like that's just a lot of, which honestly if you're an engineer that kind of makes sense if that's more of the energy you gravitated towards off the rip. More precise, more not rule based by any means, but a little bit more structure, I guess. And that's one of my like hard surface stuff in general, whether it's like model like 3D work or 2D work. Not quite my thing. Not as good at it. That said, I've done obviously a good amount of environment work now in 3D, so I've not like I can't do it. I just, tend to gravitate towards more organic shape language. I feel like with the perspective here, this first row of these would be like way larger. I'm making them too even. So I feel like it would go big, medium, small. So like this first one would be pretty big. And then it would be medium. And then it'll be these smaller ones. Kind of mess with how you draw, where whenever I try and draw now, I just get upset. It's not accurate. ADHD makes me bad at things like working consistent at things that change and improve. So then I'm just annoyed. It's not what I want away. Not what you want right away and stop. Which, yeah, it's not. I get it. Yeah, there's a lot of things that we do. It's like, yes, I understand this logic does not make sense. but my brain says it is, and it's how I do things. Like, I get that. We all have those. I mean, I am not a 2D artist by trade, right? Like, I just like to draw stuff in 2D. I went to school, ironically enough, I have a master's in animation, and that's actually what I have my like traditional education in, is animation and 2D work and stuff like that. But professionally, I've done more 3D work than anything. And so streaming for me actually was a way to, I've always loved drawing 2D stuff. It's not like I didn't do this stuff my whole life, but like on a real level, I never really did it professionally. Like casino stuff, I did get paid for a lot of 2D work, but like, you know what I mean? Like that was a lot of 2D illustration. But no, what I'm getting at is that I kind of wanted to stream the process. One, because I'm trying to get into more content creation aspects and stuff like that. I obviously have a vast knowledge of animation and stuff like that. So I've been doing more video editing and getting stuff prepped for a new relaunch of YouTube stuff that I'm going to be doing and whatnot. But I knew streaming my art would help me not quit. Right? Like, because suddenly I'm doing it with a purpose, right? I'm accountable, right? Like, I mean, to an extent, if we look back, I'm sure you could see all of these unfinished pieces. So how accountable? I don't know. I never finished. What is this? Malice was almost done. I didn't finish Malice. Reed was nowhere near done. I never finished Reed. Like, so I guess it's not quite as accurate of a thing. I'm almost done with Psylocke, didn't finish Psylocke. Like, so I guess it's not going great in terms of forcing me to finish, but at least it's getting closer. And so it helps that like when I think it's being stupid or when I'm frustrated or doing whatever, it's like, well, I have to keep doing it, right? Like I can't say I'm done because I'm in the middle of doing it, you know? So that's been a good thing because I've been streaming my art process now since the start of the new year, right? And so it's definitely been weird. I'll say that. But it also is something to do to help you get over, or help me at least get over that. Because I always hated like drawing or doing any of my work in front of people, right? Like obviously as a studio-based artist, I still did all of that kind of, you know, I'd have my teammates there or other artists or leads or stuff like that. And like at my old job, I did more mentorship stuff too, where I, you know, helped oversee stuff. But like doing it in person with people watching in the moment was like, I need to get over this. I think this is, again, the best way to get over a thing is just to do the thing a lot, right? And so here we are. Wanted to stream to keep my accountability for dev work and art stuff, but then only end up streaming once a month. Yeah, it's tough. It's definitely been a struggle. I know I've changed my schedule multiple times. So I first started off being overly ambitious, and I said, I want to stream every day, right? To help me become accountable, right? And that worked. I really did enjoy it, but I was only streaming for 2 hours a day. And like I said, I'm trying to remake YouTube stuff now, right? So like I'm going to have 2 pages. One is going to be art breakdowns from games and movies and stuff like that. Currently working on lore and design series that I'm working on, learning DaVinci and reacclimating my video editing skills, right? And then the other page is going to be the BrittonDraws Academy, where it's actually like, so right now I stream on Twitch, but it's actually streaming on YouTube as well to that page. So it's all archived there. That's where I want to do more like educational stuff. But so I started off streaming every weekday, Monday through Friday, 2 hours. And I was like, all right, that was good for my accountability. However, I don't think I'm getting enough done with the other side of stuff that I want to do, right? So I was like, what if I switch it to Monday, Wednesday, Friday? So I switched it to Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 10:30 to 1. And I was like, okay, this kind of works, but I'm still not getting enough done, right? Like outside of streaming. And I was like, what if I just switch it then? So my current schedule now that I've switched is Tuesday, Thursday. for 4 hours a day. So it's still almost, 8 hours a week I get to stream, but then that gives me time outside of streaming to then be able to do other things. But what I was getting at is that like finding the schedule that works for you is kind of the hardest part at this point. You know what I mean? Like, because everybody's schedules are weird, and if you can find something that you can stick to, yeah, it's easier said than done. But even then, it's a learning process, because that's what I just said. I've been swapping around, changing it myself, which kind of sucked because I had actually had quite a few people tuning in for a while, and then when I switched my schedule, suddenly a lot of viewership dropped. But that's fine. Grow back. It's all just a process. I think I'm getting, so I really like how simplified I made the other one on her other arm. So I think I'm trying to over design this. So let's simplify this again. Too many details can be the enemy. Done. Wow. Now let's clean it up a little bit. Well, I always love when I go, no, let me clean it up, and it's like cleaning it up but making it messy still. Let me clean up this mess and make it a slightly organized mess. But yeah, accountability nowadays, with the way the world is and everything, is something that's really hard for, I feel like, a lot of people. Like it's like our bodies crave having this accountability, and yet it's hard to force yourself to do the things to be accountable and make these schedules, because our lives are so varied. There's God knows all the things going on that can come up and stuff. So it's definitely weird. It's like that thing, like, it's better for you, but also being able to do it is a whole other thing. Same as like going to the gym. Like, I'm a huge fitness person, right? Like, the accountability that people have to go to the gym every day or every couple days or whatever your schedule may entail, like, that's honestly the hardest part of anything, is the commitment and the drive to keep doing it, right? Like, the gym isn't hard. It's stepping into the gym, right? For a lot of people. Obviously, for me, that the gym is my like safe space. Like, that's my therapy, is going to the gym. So that's a whole other different beast for me. But for most people, getting there is the hard part, right? Keeping that schedule, doing the thing. So where's my, okay. Speaking of changing my schedule, I've switched my schedule around so much now that like I don't eat at the same times as I used to do. Whatever. I don't eat as often as I used to properly. Normally I'd eat lunch at like 12:30. And since I don't go eat lunch now, I have like this little snack bar I have that, like, every day now. I've been committed to snacking on this around 1:30. When my stomach really starts rumbling, that's when I know, like, oh, it's time. Now the real last bit is just her tail. Pretty sure. Like, yeah, I can noodle a lot of this and clean it up. But the only thing that, like, demands to be done now is the tail. Which I've been avoiding because I don't know what I want to do. Because it needs to essentially be this pattern we've been making, right? These waves, as I refer to them, like waves of the fur. But it needs to be a lot bigger. But I also don't want it to be busy. Like, since it's such a large piece, like the larger it is, the more simplified it almost needs to get. And the tufts of fur are much larger than anywhere else. So I wonder if we just do like a little bit of messy variation to denote some overlap, some fur, some silhouette breaks here and there. But since it is overlapping itself here, I feel like we have to be careful with showcasing the change in the movement. Because like I said, the fur, we make these marks to help kind of guide the eye in terms of which way it's moving. And this tail exists in such a way that we're doing it. All right, so let's imagine it's coming like this, but then it's like a tube wrapping around, right? The best way to compare in my mind is always like, imagine the thing has stripes, right? Like imagine it's the Cheshire Cat and it's just stripes. Excuse me. And the stripes help understand or denote like what direction the body and the body is moving in. Yeah, so I think the goal then, since we got time, I want to get the tail wrapped up and then at least block in some color so it feels like there's some sort of progress. Like if you look at Tuesdays to Thursdays, you're like, what did you do? I did things, I swear. Everything just takes time. That said, if you stream, I feel like streaming does take a lot longer to do things just because I find myself like getting lost in my own mind and conversation more than if I would if I was just obviously sitting on my own sketching this out, which is by no means a bad thing, but just something that definitely happens. Like if something should take me a few hours, it'll take me probably double if I'm streaming it. At least right now, since I'm still newer. I don't know how much I'm liking the way this tail is looking. I feel like a lot will happen if I color it too. like the tail itself once it has color in it. Which honestly at this point, yeah, true. If you're locked in, you're not doing a good job streaming, and then vice versa, for sure. It's a balancing act that I've been trying to work on. Again, it's one of those things where like a lot of things seem easy until you in practice, right? Like once you start doing the thing, like, oh damn, it's kind of tough. You know, like being able to balance how to, you know, communicate, how to like I like to be a little educational with some of these too, right? Like where I'm still like noting what I'm doing and talking through and but still also being productive. It is a balancing act that I didn't really expect, you know? Like some of these things like you don't know what you don't know, right? Until you do it. The only thing I know is that I don't know anything. I don't know about this. I wonder if we just do like a big, like the bigger I make these like marks, the weirder it looks. We'll just keep them little. I wanted to go bigger, but I feel like the bigger they look, the weirder it feels. So smaller is the name of the game today now. Yeah, I'm just gonna be half-assed with it, and then when I put color in, maybe I'll care and think of a better way to handle it. Because that looks weird, but I want to just start flattening out some colors. Good enough for me. So we do have her colors up here. So she's, as we said, a lot of browns, right? Just very earthy, right? Earth tones, browns, like very desaturated greens. And the only really, this most saturated piece on her is her headband, her necklace, and maybe the strap here. And her fingernails are pretty pink, actually. Okay. So let's just block the most prominent color is probably this brown, right? So do we just paint the whole thing brown first? Is that the color? I like to do one base color of one. So let's do our palette, right? So what I'll normally do when I'm coloring is I like to make like a quick palette of colors I want to work with first and foremost, and then I'll do a secondary palette of like highlights and shadows and how I want those to look. But so the brown is kind of, it's a pretty cool brown. So let's look. Got a little reds to it. A little darker. Kind of what I want. A little more red. Okay, I can mess with that. Like a desaturated brown here. Worst case scenario, you just change it later. Nobody needs to know. So it sucks with this. I kind of need to, yeah. Let's do our little brown here. So the unfortunate reality with how I do this is that I kind of have to just draw on my own outline and then fill it. Because since I have so much line work, there's no like easy way. So what I'll do is I'll just do like a basic outline of the whole figure with my own. And right now, if it's messy, it's messy. It doesn't need to be 1000%. I made it a reference layer, the line work, but quickly realized that that's going to be useless. Again, as you can see, I'm being kind of messy. It's fine. It's the whole piece is messy. There's no point in being like overly strict, especially right now. I can always go in and add or remove after the fact, but just to get the ball rolling on color, you need to have something. It's weird. So here in Chicago, yesterday it was literally snowing. Like absolutely miserable that it was snowing yesterday. And then it's funny that like it was like the grayest of grays yesterday. So gross out, so nasty. It was like a wintry, snowy, rainy mix of nasty. Oh god, that's a huge eraser. I have it set to. Super not fun weather at all. Whereas that now it's super sunny. And like the way the sun hits in the game room here, the windows obviously, as you can tell, right to my side. And so when the sun beats in, then it's always weird. I'm like, it was literally snowing yesterday, and now I've got like my clothes on, my hoodie and stuff on, and I'm like, I'm kind of hot. Which, to be fair, another thing, talking of like getting used to it and adjusting, like I actually have, it doesn't seem like it, because again, when done well, it just looks fine. Like I have two big lights in front of me too to keep it lit properly and consistently in the room, and that's one of those things that took a while to get used to, like having two bright ass lights in my face. But it's one of those things where if you don't have them, they look, my room, the lighting in here would look real bad. It's always funny that of all, like, obviously there are so many things you can quote in life. There are so many inspirational things, so many whatever, right? But it's funny, like not quite. This is looking at things in a weirder sense, that this is physically to make it look right without really making it look seamless, right? There is an episode of Futurama. I could not tell you like the specifics of the episode. It was like, but they basically meet God, is the whole energy, that it's like this weird entity that exists, right? And like Bender is interacting with this essentially God. You're in New York, and this past weekend my sister was in town because of a layover during the day she was here. It was 64 by the time she left and landed. It had dropped to like 20. That sounds about right. And that's good old varied temperatures. I've got one of my good buddies lives up there too, and he's been dealing with all that kind of stuff. It's, yeah. I hate it because like there's no balance. Like one day I'm wearing like I'm wearing like two layers and like my long socks, and the next day I'm just wearing my normal jeans and some tennis shoes. Like it's always wild, especially this time of year. I hate it because it's like it's a gamble. Like you never know what you're gonna get with weather. From like February to April is always just like ugh, gross. But no, the Futurama thing, literally, it was the line that this god, this overarching omnipotent being or whatever that that Bender's interacting with the whole episode, has like does stuff, right? They change certain things, they adjust the timeline or whatever. And it's weirdly stuck with me since I was little. Like whenever that episode first aired, I was not little, but like younger. And it was, this being says, if you've done something right, people won't know you've done anything at all. And while my brain thought of that as like lighting, right? Like no one knows might not even realize I have lighting set up because it just looks fine. But that's like a weird thing that stuck with me my whole life growing up. The idea that like if you do something really well, people won't know you've even done it, right? And I look at that more of a personal aspect of like doing things for others, in service of others and for the greater good, right? It doesn't need it. If you've done it smoothly, you shouldn't have to acknowledge it. You shouldn't have even noticed. Like it just everything feels good and right. So if you do things right, people sometimes won't even know you've done anything at all. And that's in my mind the best. But that's a whole other philosophical discussion on how, we should be living our lives, and then definitely very topical given the current climate of our society right now. But yeah, it's always weird when it's like a cartoon, right? Like literally Futurama hits me with the thing that sticks with me the most for some reason when I was younger. That idea, and that, it's the same idea that many people have, but just the way you can phrase things, the context you can put it in sometimes just resonates with you, And that is definitely one that resonated with me. I'm pretty sure, if memory serves, I'm almost towards the end of this outline. Because I thought I started by the foot, so we should be okay. Home stretch, home stretch, home stretch. I could have, yes, taken a higher level and just done like a fill, like a selection fill. But I don't know. I always prefer making sure I get some of these nooks and crannies and giving it like a little bit of natural look by not being completely in the lines, being a little off, being a little, like, I don't know. Sometimes doing a selection fill is a little too cold. Okay. So let's turn this off as reference layer. Can we do this? It did not do it. Where is my emptiness? What did I do? Where's not connected? Damn it. There's not connected. There's not connected. That's a little loose. Okay. This looks it's like a weird body outline. She did. Okay, there we go. Oh crap, technically I need to, everything I want that has color, these technically have color too. Though I could do a fill for this, but here we are not doing it because I don't want to. So what I like to do in Procreate, I work different when I'm in Photoshop or like Clip Studio, other software, just because I don't like the overall system of Procreate, so I do it more simply in Procreate to avoid any other issues. But the way I do it in Procreate generally is I'll do one base layer, and then I do the colors on top of it, and then I do another shadow pass after that. Like then I do shadow and highlight passes after that. But like right now I clipping mask the hell out of this then. And so everything is just a color placed upon it. But so now let's go back to our color picky nature. So let's do, I keep a skin tone palette right here at my handy, so I can always kind of have something to work with. Skin is a tough one, and so I like having quick access to skin color. So I like almost this, I feel like Squirrel Girl's a little, just a tad paler than that one. So can we just, I like that skin color. So go back to my clipping mask, and here is where you can maybe make it reference and get away with some laziness. Yay, quick and easy. I said kind of because, you know, my line work is messy as F. What percentage do I have at this? I like to up the threshold with a lot of these because my line works, like the pen is so not fully opaque. So like you might get like weird little jaggy things. So I like to bump up the threshold just to make sure we're getting just enough coverage of this. Kind of horrifying. Ah. Where else is her skin? The tip of her fingers then, right? So not much else. I'll zoom out and double check if that's all there is, right? I need the other fingers. That seems weird. I feel like there'd be more skin, but I guess, yeah, she really doesn't have. Yeah, I missed all this. Yeah, I need to get back here. Yeah, for some reason my brain thought she had more skin showing, but I guess, yeah, as soon as I started drawing or painting this in, I'm like, I guess not. I feel like nowadays with all these things, everything's like so overly sexualized that like, I'm like, surely there was more skin showing. I tried really hard with this one for Squirrel Girl to not make her, like, she's an attractive character, right? They know what they're doing with her character, right? But I tried to really emphasize more of her playfulness and still make her look obviously a very sexy character. Yeah, the fingernails don't need to be colored in because I'm going to color these a different color, but it doesn't matter because that'll be layered on top anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. But I tried really hard to make her look fun and not just like hornball-y, right? Like my Psylocke I did. Did you see this one, right? Like Psylocke, I know what I was doing there, right? You drew that big booty. Like, that's what it is. It's fine. But with Squirrel Girl, I really tried to play up more of like, hey, she has, yes, nice thick chunky thighs and a butt, and her boobs are pretty big, and she, but it's so playful, right? Like she just looks like she's having fun, and it's like a cute, silly vibe. Oh, they like their thick girls for sure in Marvel Rivals. Like they know what they like their thick boys too. You see that Venom? Venom's got more of a butt than almost anybody. They know the audience. Okay, what other colors are we looking at? So we've got like this orange. The orange is pretty much the same color as her hair too, right? It's different material and it'll have different highlights and stuff, but that orange is consistent with her hair and the accents down here, but I didn't draw those, so we're not gonna add that anyway. So let's go a little more orange, saturate it, darken it. I don't like, so like, yes, would you be able to color pick a thing and then just draw it yourself? Like, like take the image and color pick it? Yes. Does that always look best? No, I want to make my own colors. Like, F that. That's like, I don't know. Not my thing. I kind of like this orange, maybe a little more. A little bit more saturated, a little bit darker. Nope. A little lighter for the base color. That works. Orange. So let's crack that in for her. Ugh. I have all these little detail lines, so that's not going to work. Will it work for the hair? Enough. Lazy. Lazy for the win. Seeing as it's already pretty late. I'm like, as much as I can, because I want at least to be done. Done with the flats. At least have the colors blocked in before I close out stream. So whatever. Ugh, yeah, that makes it look ugly. I don't want to do that. Whatever quick and dirty way works. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they definitely aren't. They know what they're doing. Marvel Rivals, the team at Nutties, they know what they're doing with their skins. The fact that like the Black Widow skin, like her base skin has one size of a butt, and then if you buy the MCU version, she has a bigger butt. Like they know what they're doing. The paid version just so happens to have a bigger butt. Like come on. Come on, guys. We know what you're doing. That's it for the orange we said, right? Just the hair and the nothing on her legs. Okay. And let's look at a green color now then for her stockings. Oops. It is more of like a drab green, right? So very olivey. Oops. Not quite. It's a pretty desaturated green. Okay, I like that color enough. Again, it's easy enough to change later. I just want to get some bulking in. So, and then just this. Oh, the gloves. The gloves have the same green. Yeah. Can we be lazy? Aha. Nice. Don't think we can be as lazy here. But we can try. And then I'll just have to go in because a lot of these lines look ugly. Make it a bigger brush and just kind of... Since we've got the clipping mask, it's only going to be covering what's drawn or colored already anyway. So like in a big space like this, you can just kind of be hella messy and it doesn't matter. That's the way it works. This week went by quick. Like when I stream on Thursdays, I'm like, crap, tomorrow's Friday. Like that kind of stuff happened. I feel like it's one of those things where like time is just zipping by. I didn't realize we've got a Girl Scouts like performance to go to for little nieces this weekend. I totally forgot. Again, it was one of those ones where like, oh yeah, we've got. I was reminded of it. I was like, no, that's not this weekend. I was like, holy F, that is already this weekend. That okay. I like, not that I forgot about it. I didn't realize the timeline of things. I was like, crap, that's already this weekend. Gross. Where does time go? So it looks like these folds on her, oh, that's not right. Like these extra things are the same base color anyway on her glove. Again, yes, when you look at this up close, this is messy. I understand. That's the vibe. Don't worry about it. It's okay. But yeah, I think that's our only real plans for this weekend is just that. A little show with the nieces. Nothing too crazy as far as I know. Our standard, like basic house stuff you do, like we're gonna vacuum, we're gonna, go grocery shopping, we're gonna, like stuff you do throughout the week or through the weekend to get stuff done for the week. But I'm just trying to think. We'll probably watch Daredevil at some point. If we don't watch it tonight, we watched the first episode. We didn't watch the second one yet. So we'll definitely have to get that. I loved the first episode so far, so I'm hooked. I'm ready. I'm ready for some more. I loved the original, so I'm down for more. And I'll probably play Marvel Rivals this weekend. It's always funny that like lately I'll be up here playing Marvel Rivals and she'll be downstairs watching like her K-dramas or whatever. And we'll like at the end, like I'll be up here for like an hour or two playing and I'll come down and she's like, so how'd it go? And I'm always like, I don't want to talk about it. I deranked. I had somebody bitching at me. I had this and that. I'm like, oh, ranked hell. So I think actually we can count that orange. We'll do that. We're going to simplify her colors scheme a little bit. It's not exactly, but for our purposes, this woven pattern in the middle of her belt, I'm going to keep this same orange then, just for our sake of simplification of colors. When I feel like when you're doing more of illustration stuff like this, where it's more graphic, if colors are close enough, you should probably just make them closer then. Having a billion different colors makes something a little harder to read if you're not going for more detail on purpose. So I think that, yeah, that's fine to have that balance of color. I honestly wish there was a little bit of light. I guess there is technically that orange is like on the rivet here that I made black. So that sucks. I'm trying to see like if I can like bleed outside of the edge to make it look a little better. There's a tiny bit of that gold. You can't see right there. And then simplification of color, like we just said. Let's take that drab. That drab can go on the boot too. The bottom part here. It's not exact, but again, just simplifying the colors. We can always change it by how we highlight it and stuff and put it in shadow, but simplification is your friend. Yeah, very different color, but again, we'll just put it in a different light. Unless do we have that? You know what? I take it back. I lied. This isn't the same green we're gonna do. Let's remove that. Because technically the gauntlet, whatever the bracelet piece is, that is its own kind of green too. So maybe we will do two separate ones since it is slightly different. It's more of like a brownish, right? So lean a little more brown, a little more desaturated. Still not liking it. Nah, that's close enough. Again, good enough for me. Let's go back to my palette. Also drop a green. See, so yeah, they're pretty similar, but since we are doing that a little differently, since I left the space for the gauntlet, I should make this consistent. Green. And I could have just kept this and just changed the color. Oh well. Nice. Okay. A very 70s Scooby-Doo vibe. I can see that. I mean, Squirrel Girl herself gives like heavy Velma vibes in the first place, I feel like, right? Oh, if you have not watched, what is it? Oh my gosh. There's a newish Scooby-Doo cartoon from like maybe like the past 5 years ago. Mystery Incorporated. Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated, I think it's called. That show hits. Like, I did not expect to like it as much. I had one of my buddies recommend it, and he's like, dude, it's actually pretty dope. And I was like, I mean, I love Scooby-Doo. I've got my dad, that was my nickname as a, like, you know how your parent will have like a nickname for you and stuff. That was what my dad called me. He called me Scooby. That was my name. I was Scooby to my dad. And so I always have like a special place in my heart for Scooby-Doo. And I've got like a little plush in the bedroom of Scooby-Doo even. I love Scooby. But anyway, Mystery Incorporated, definitely. It's on Netflix. It's only a couple seasons, I think, 2 or 3. 100%. If you like old Scooby-Doo at all, this show's fantastic. Like, it's got so many good nods, and it's genuinely for adults. Like, yes, a kid could watch it, but like you watch it and it's not like Family Guy, like, oh, it's made for adults. No, it's Scooby-Doo, but for adults. Like, it's not trying to be more than what it is, but they do include a lot of really fun humor, like a ton of humor that I was not expecting. Like, there's a whole story arc where like Shaggy's going out with Velma or something, but like secretly. And he's spending too much time with Scooby. And like there's jokes then that they make later that like he chooses a dog over a woman. Like in a really awkward sense, they'll make jokes about that. Like they'll do like these nods that are like really not for children, right? But I don't know. I was shocked at how much I loved it. Every episode was super fun. And it also had a really good, like, standard, like, you know, monster of the week kind of episodic nature. But it is the first Scooby-Doo that actually had, like, a very intense, overarching story that it was telling that I did not expect in any way, shape, or form. And in my mind now, it's canon. Like, that is actual Scooby-Doo. Do you know what I mean? Like, anything else isn't canon. This wild-ass story that Mystery Incorporated created and the lore behind the Scooby-Doo's, you know, the universe there at, you know, Mystery Cove and all that stuff, like, no, that is the new fact. Like, that is the standard, and I don't care what anybody says. Like, that is the lore. It is... Oof, real good, real good. It's always one of those ones where it's like, because since we watch our cartoons on the weekends when we don't have stuff going on in the mornings, it's always like weird, like, oh, we're done. Now we have like a huge list of other cartoons or things we wanted to get to at some point. But like with anything, when you finish it, you're like, it's done already. But it is always like, there's something to be said about shows now that end on their own terms and they tell the story that they were trying to tell, and you don't feel like you missed out, right? Like, it doesn't feel like they got canceled or whatever. I don't know the story, honestly, of how the show went. All I know is that it had a very distinct story to tell, and they told it cohesively, and the ending was good, you know? Whereas I feel like so many shows nowadays you watch and you're left just like, oh, cool, they clearly were building up to do more, but Netflix canceled them, HBO canceled it. You know what I mean? Like, so many shows do that. So when we get a show that actually finishes, I feel like I have an extra level of appreciation for it because it's not as common anymore. Which sucks. I said go watch Scooby Doo, Mystery Incorporated. 10 out of 10. So being messy, like if you notice here, like there's brown right there. That's like, whatever. It fits. It's close enough. Like there's still brown showing. Doesn't matter. That's the beauty of being messy. Oof. But here we got a lot of overlap with the leather, so I'll erase this though. The more I'm doing these colors, the more I feel like I might need to change this brown anyway. Like I said, I might. We'll see. We'll slap in every other color before we do browns. And then I'll go, because since it's so heavily dominated by browns, this entire piece, I kind of want to see what everything else looks like first. Got some hair back here that didn't get addressed. Or maybe it wasn't supposed to be there. I don't know. When it's this sketchy, I don't know what in my head I was keeping or what I was erasing, or who knows? Not me. Wasn't match. Going back to the earlier Scooby-Doo thing, there's a fan theory that it was actually a casually coded polycule. I actually don't know what a polycule is. I'm showing my ignorance then real quick. I'm gonna Google what that word means. A group of three or more people who are interconnected through romantic, sexual, or platonic relationships with a polyamorous dynamic. A network of partners may be involved with. I mean, kind of, I guess. I could see that. Even more interesting, though, you should definitely watch that show because they play up that idea of how and why that group is that group of four with an animal. Like there's actually like a whole lore reason in that world as to why that group of friends exists. Yes, it's not, they're not addressing it as in that context by any means. I'm spoiling it right now. They're putting it in a very different context, but they are playing up the idea that like their existence as a group has a greater meaning, if you will, without like I'm trying to say stuff without spoiling anything because I 1000% recommend the show. But yeah, I mean, back in was it the 80s when they made the cartoon? Yeah, I could see them probably. You know, that could have been the actual original reasoning that they were. You know, they were casually putting that in there. I could see it. Again, especially given the time, you know, and the fact that they lived in like a hippie van kind of thing, you know, like I could see it. I totally forgot to do the bracelet part with that green. How did the match go, by the way? Did you win? I hope so. Technically, there's neck showing there, but I kind of want that all to be green. That looks weird. Okay, what other colors do we need? Let's do the pink of her hair, their headband. Actually, let's do her mouth right now because that kind of looks horrifying and I don't like it and it's bothering me. So let's do her mouth actually because this is something very quick and easy we can add color to. Is it the eyes? So the eyes generally have like a bluish, grayish, desaturated color. So I'll probably maybe outline her eyes better so I can color them green then later. But for now, that's just getting some color in. So the eyes and the teeth, I generally do the same color just because it's easier because they're all just like an off shade of white. They're not the same, but it's close enough in my mind always. And then for the tongue, for ease of use, I just put these all in one layer. Like, yeah, the colors are very different, but in my mind, it's just like, that sounds weird to call it mouth accessories, but that's kind of what it is, right? Like, just like the basic building blocks of the variation of color on those pieces. So cool. Let's add that green real quick for her necklace, which is a very bright green. You did not win, darn. But it was just quick match. Afternoon just working on a few of the last heroic journey achievements. Okay. Most of what I have left are either things that will require specific situation to occur. Yeah. I honestly don't even pay attention. I could not tell you any of the achievement things in the game. Like, I'll come back from a match and I'll have like an exclamation point or whatever. Like, oh, cool, I did a thing. Neat. Like, and honestly, I've played this game, the Marvel Rivals, way too much where I don't even know what I've done or not done. Like Cloak and Dagger, getting team one. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, I could probably pull it up right now since the game's open and I will not even know what I have done or not have done. That's very green, though. I want it more like a... Yeah, I think this is more the... Yeah. More lighter. Yeah, my gosh. What am I at here with achievements if I look? How do I... Up here, so I've read like no stories. Apparently that's a thing. I don't add friends really because I just solo queue ranked and then play with my friends local, like, you know, my normal friends. I have to, oh, I can read the Fantastic Four's hero stories. I guess that's probably easy to do, right? I can do that right now. Is it just on the characters, right? So you just go to their lore. Is that all it means, right? It's just this. Spoiler alert, I didn't read it. Okay, that's it. Cool. Look at me. I'm going to get things done. Look at me. So cool. Human Torch, lore. There is so much lore to this game, by the way, which I love. Like, yes, I'm blazing through this jokingly in a way. But, like, the amount of love and attention they have that this is an actual Marvel... Yeah, marked them off for it. Yeah, same thing. But, like, if you actually go through it, they're building a whole story. And they've got, like, the comic book they've done, and they're going to do more crossover things. Like, there's so much love and attention in this that it is... Yeah, I really like it. I unlocked something. I'm Galactus' favorite. Yeah, there's a handful that do that, where it's actually just, like, reads through the story. Join a tournament. I'm not going to do that. I made a faction as soon as the game started. And it's just me. So I need to read a lot of stories, add friends. Oh, yeah, these are the ones you were talking about. You said, though, the heroic journey ones. Yeah. Look at this. I haven't done squat. Like, yeah, I haven't done any. I barely... Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I haven't done much at all of these. What do you get? Is this just the... Oh, that's where you get the Star-Lord and more tokens, right? Or units, that's what they're called. Yeah, these are ones where it's like, if I naturally get it, dope. If I don't, okay. These I always forget. I did look at these, and then I always forget when the matches start to actually go through and do these. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like playing a lot of, like, I play a good amount of characters. Ugh, don't look. I fell down to diamond. Gross. But, like, you can see that, like, even, let's just go from all time ever, right? Like, I'm very tank. Very, very, very specific characters I play, right? A lot of hours in, some tanks and healers. Yeah. We got Namor and Hela are like my only, and a little bit of Hawkeye, I guess. But like, yeah, you can see as like time goes down, like there's some characters I've not even touched. I've touched them, that sounds weird. I've played them in the training, when the game came out, I played everybody in the training range for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, just to at least understand what they do. Because I feel like that's super important, is to like get the elevator pitch of every character so you know how to fight them. But, or like what your teammates are doing, or what, you know what I mean, like having a better understanding. But like, yeah, Strange, Groot, Loki. I've been playing a ton of the things since he came out, and Thor. I love Thor, and Invisible Woman. Like, if I'm playing anybody nowadays, it's usually Thing, Invisible Woman, Thor, or Groot. That's pretty much it. That's so many, like, I literally, one of my buddies I was poking fun at earlier for their lack of game sense and knowledge, like, I did something with Thor, and I meant, or no, that we were talking about, oh, is this your, oh, I forget that there's, like, their actual stat tracking stuff. I don't even know, what does this show, like, oh, top heroes, you can see, like, your own? Okay, so you've been Grooting it, you've been, oh yeah, wow, yeah, you scroll through this, you've been playing a whole lot of different people. My goodness. Do you just search your name, is that it? So gross that I fell back down in diamond. Oh, that's upsetting seeing this thing. This weird chart. Niche. Yeah, top heroes, tanking. Always, I feel like I always have to play tanks. My win rate is garbage with Doctor Strange lately, though, because I feel like I switch to Doctor Strange when I feel like I need to now. Like, I'm like, fine, I'll go Doctor Strange. But yeah, you can see pretty stable amount of characters on my end. Oh, wow. This is kind of cool. I didn't realize there's so much more breakdowns. Like, I know the game itself has a good amount of breakdowns, but it has a lot, yeah. I love playing the Thing. He is... The Thing and Invisible Woman, there's something about their playstyles that I just have so much fun with. Like, Invisible Woman, her ability to pull people in and push them out and hit with that damage over time and be able to heal through your teammates into enemies to hurt them. Like, there's so many cool things, but like that push and pull I've used so many times with her character kit to do just dope stuff. Like, so many cool plays that, like, I get kills or I help my team get kills, right? Through really, really smooth push and pulls, which, oh, so satisfying. Yeah, the charge is weird, and it's, yeah, purposefully unruly, right? And it makes it real hard to move him around. But once you get the hang of it, and it's like, you use it knowing you need to have a plan. Like, as soon as you hit that button, which I don't know, I'm assuming, I didn't look if you're on PC or console, actually, I didn't see that. Regardless, I turn off for the Thing, turn off or put on hold to dash or whatever it is. So like for me, it's left shift. And so when I shift, I can literally just hit the button once and I can actually just do the ground pound end of it. Okay, so yeah, so you're on PC, so you can do the same thing easily. And you just do the ground pound immediately. Or you hold it and you're in more direct control of when you start and stop it. But then you can also just hit shift when you have it off cooldown just to do the ground pound even without having to like double click it. But yeah, having it hold to sprint is a lot better, I've found. But he is definitely one where, like I said, you go in with a plan of attack knowing like, hey, I'm going to dash, and you kind of have like a loop already in mind of the dash that you're about to do, you know? Because that definitely, yeah, because it's such an unruly movement mechanic that like, yeah, you can get effed up pretty bad if you're not going in with at least a plan of attack of where you're moving your big old body. I didn't realize that whole time that I had that part colored in on accident where that's negative space with her tail. Whoops. Okay, so I need to go lightning fast now because it's already time for me to be done. So let's start slapping colors in, right? So let's go pink for her fingernails. It's like really like off pink though, right? It's not like, it's almost like a skin tony pink. Like that almost? No, a little more pink. No. Oh, really? You can create an overlay when you're playing on stream? I'll have to look into that. I haven't really, I mean, I don't stream games really. I tried to do both when I first started, when I said I started this year, right? I did try and stream games and art, but I didn't have enough time to do the other stuff I want. Like I said, I've been working on a lot of video editing stuff now to get YouTube channel off the ground. So I nixed, unfortunately, the idea of streaming games because I was like, it's too much time then, you know? When I play my games, it's like, nah, I'm just doing it little bits here and there. Because originally, my original schedule was actually Tuesdays, and it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday was, it was Monday, Wednesday, Friday was art, and then Tuesday, Thursday was games. But it was too much. Never had enough time. So we'll keep her fingernails and her headband, let's say, just on the same layer. Her headband's more purple. We'll keep it the same color, actually, because that's good enough for now. And then we've got these browns. I'm trying to like, so when I do this, I try and see what is the same, right? Like the chest, the belt. So the belt and these pouches are the same off color. So let's get those in real quick then. Let's get the color palette going. Take the brown we already had. Make it a little more orange, right? Something like this. That works. Quick and easy. So there's a brown that we're working with, right? Yep. Let's, uh-oh, what did I do here? Oh, I left the color there, my bad. I'm gonna have to redo my layers at some point. These are gonna be messy as hell. Blop, blop. Oh, nope, can't blop that. What color? It's that orange color we can do actually. Cool, we'll do that in a sec. Simplification. Ooh, yeah, I gotta get off soon because my stomach is super rumbling. Oop, that's not the belt. I've got my, I'm so boring when it comes to food. Like I said, I'm a pretty big health nerd. And so like my lunch is literally the same thing always and forever. I have my favorite protein powder. It's an extreme milk chocolate that I have. And I mix that with PB2, which is basically like powdered peanut butter. It's like nut powder. Sounds weird, but that's what it is. And I mix that together, and then I put vanilla almond milk in it, and it makes like almost like a yogurty kind of like pasty thing. And then I keep my bananas. I always have bananas frozen ready, and then I put frozen bananas in it. And it's like a chocolate peanut butter banana deliciousness, but it's healthy. It's my favorite. So this light brown, do we see it anywhere else? Really? I don't think so. It's basically just there. You see on the shoes? No. Yeah, that's it. That's it for the light brown. Okay. And then we've got the handles like a darker green, and then the wood. Yeah, these browns are looking weird. Totally need to reassess the browns. Let's slap on silver though, real quick for her buckle, since we were just doing the pants, right? Silver's always, always, always so easy that people can mess that up. But like silver, don't make it like desaturated. Give that little hint of blue. That's all you need. Tiny little bit of blue in your silvers go a long way. Not enough people seem to do that. Like, yes, obviously silver exists without blue sometimes, but in like a piece like this, give it that little hint of blue. And then when you give highlights and shadows, it'll be different looking, but like the base flat usually has blue in it for me, and I think it always looks good. Oh, so she's got a lot of other colors going on here. I don't even know. Oi, it's actually notably past time, isn't it? Look at the time. I have like 38 notifications from AliExpress because I ordered a bunch of Joy Toy TMNT stuff because they're only available through them. I hate when I don't have much to like. This doesn't look like I did much. So when I do like my thumbnail and stuff for everything, it looks like I've got a lot more to do. But let's do a close-up thumbnail this time for her. So what I found is when I do stuff like this, I have to do like weird, stupid thumbnails. So like in my video, I always do like pointing at things or smiling or squirrely. If I had my, let me grab my mug that says squirrel. Iconic, right? Squirrel. Wonderful. All right, well, my stomach is rumbling. I'm gonna close out stream, go eat lunch, and then go do a bunch of other nonsense. I'll probably work on Squirrel Girl over the weekend now, because I'm not gonna stream till Tuesday. So I may actually finish her off stream at this point. I hope I do, so I can start something new next week. But that always depends on what we've got going on this weekend and stuff, and how much time I make, or again, how much time I end up playing Marvel Rivals instead of, you know, drawing and that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think that's a good spot to call it when my stomach is like eating itself right now, wanting to have lunch. So I'm gonna head out. It was good chatting with you. Thanks for the follow, Chris. I'll see you around hopefully later. Be sure if you want, like, you can hit up, I think I've got my links on like Blue Sky and other things like that too, or I've got like my art and stuff too, if you head on over there too, so you've got heads up on when I'm going live and stuff. But yeah, thanks for sticking around. Hope anybody else who's watching, just lurking on by, hope you guys had a good time, and have a good weekend up ahead. So until then, be kind and kick butt. Have a good one.